when you're stressed out, how do you personally relax?
Oh man, that's actually the title of the video that I was just talking about. It starts by letting go of your stomach because you're probably holding it, and if you're clenching your teeth, let go. You're probably doing
I
that
remember
too.
when I first saw your video when you said that. I was like, fuck, I'm doing that right now.
Like,
God damn it.
And that's what makes it
Yeah.
go viral because people are like, oh my God, how did he know?
Yeah.
You know how many times I get that comment? And it's like, because we
Yeah.
all do it. Like living is just like a tenseness. We're like, we're in bed scrolling, clenched teeth, tight muscles. And I'm like, let go for a minute. You don't have to do that. There's no judgment. There's nobody going to come out the closet. And so then that's the first thing. Because tension and anxiety is like a contract.
Except Diddy.
you make with
Diddy
yourself.
comes out of the closet.
No, Diddy, well, if he comes out, clench up, run away. There's not enough baby oil in the world.
No,
to
stay
stop
clenched.
it.
Yeah, if you're Diddy, stay clenched, bro. Diddy comes out of your closet, you stay clenched for your life, for your
Run.
soul. He'll take your soul, bro.
That's awful, but yeah.
Squirt gun full of
that's
baby
it.
oil,
That's
ready to
relaxation.
go. Thank you for taking a seat with the chairman. Welcome to Chairman of the Board.
I bet the board is spelled B-O-R-E-D.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? My name is Michael, the chairman. It's been a little bit over a year since my last podcast, but I'm back. And my guest today is Kenneth Fleece. Thanks for joining me today, Kenneth. I appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having me on, man. Really appreciate it.
100%. My first question is, do you own a lot of fleece?
I should. I'm pretty sure what I'm wearing right now is cotton.
Yeah.
No, I don't have that much fleece. Funny enough, as the name would suggest, that I probably own the material, huh?
Yeah. Is that the first time you got that?
No. Oh, no. Absolutely
okay.
not.
I thought either he's got this a lot and it's going to be really stupid, or either way, it was really silly and stupid. Anyways. I was telling you before the podcast started that I came across your channel on TikTok, and you don't see a lot of authenticity. I mean, you do, but it is still rare, kind of, in social media. And I think you approach a lot of these kind of topics like content creation and self-love, and you have this thing that you call yourself a life engineer, which we'll get into. And I think you portray yourself in a very authentic and loving way, and cover some more sometimes intense topics, as well as kind of like metaphysical and like stuff like manifestation and esoteric concepts as well, with a lot of authentic, approachable manners. And I just found that very interesting. So I appreciate you coming on here today. And let's start off with defining what exactly is a life engineer.
So a life engineer is somebody who looks at their life in somewhat of a cold, objective way. But in doing that, like in starting at the root basis of understanding where everything is, they can start to move things intentionally. That's why I do a lot of things about intentionally to position their life in such a way like a person who loves you built your life for you. And so being a life engineer is self-proclaimed, obviously, but being a life engineer just means that you take the driver's seat of your life in a way that's intentional, to set it up in a way such that you're most able to kind of flow through it. And so like even when you go off the rails later in your life, some things happen, life situations that always pop up start to. It's almost like there's somebody who loves you behind you, just moving things around in your life for you. And we can get more into that on the self-love topic.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So like when engineering one's life, like what is the perspective of like being an engineer? I like that word of being an engineer of your life. How is that perspective like beneficial, do you think?
Oh my gosh.
Like building out, because you have a lot of like planning. You talk about like planning your life and having certain goals and achieving them and actually making them achievable, instead of like this insurmountable like Sisyphus mountain of just lifting up the rock and having it crash on you, instead of like enjoying the process like Sisyphus would have.
Absolutely. No, so I went to school originally for computer engineering. I didn't finish, but I did go for it.
Okay.
And then also, when I got back, it's just always been a part of me. So when I was a kid, my parents used to buy me toys, and they had a time limit on my toys. So like my mom would be getting her hair done, and she would say, she'd get me like a little toy fire truck. She's like, he's got about 20 minutes. And they're like, what do you mean? The fire trucks last a long time. And they would be like, because he's going to take it apart. And when he takes it apart, he's going to start looking and see how it works. That's what I used to do. I used to always take my toys apart. I would like take the little lights out and then hook them up to batteries so they would like flash. And so I always had like engineering in my blood. It's a weird thing. And so then I got into working on cars later in life. And so I've taken apart engines. I work the car I drive now. I've rebuilt a couple times. And I noticed that it was so fun to me because there were just so many moving parts. And the reason we have to be mechanics is because those moving parts eventually stop moving the right way. They break down, but they're designed to. And so I noticed that engineering and life are just the same thing, because life has so many moving parts and so many aspects that just need to be well oiled and you need to think about when these parts are going to fail and set things up in a way that you can succeed the best. And so at a very dark time in my life, I was like, you know what? I want to turn this around and I want to make it, and I want to turn around in a way that it's like very noticeable that I was here. You know, you write your name on a tree like Kenneth was here. And so life engineering is what came of that. And so basically I sat down, I wrote down the things that I wanted. I think one of the biggest problems, the first step of life engineering that everybody should do is you need to know what you want. And I know that sounds simple, but I don't want to say most, I don't put words in most people's mouths, but a lot of people have no idea. They're just running away from what they don't want or chasing after what other people want for them. But if you actually sit down and say, what do I want to happen? Now it's very clear that you have a direction you're trying to go, and the destination you're trying to get to will oftentimes dictate what clothes you wear, what mode of transportation you take, and all of that. And so it gives you a clear direction. And I think that's like the foundations of engineering your life.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And also, like, have you ever just gone around and asked people just randomly, like, hey, man, like, what is this? Like, what are you going for in life? Like, do you want to be doing the job you're doing? I've been doing that significantly in the past, like, year. And I'd say 98% of people just say, I don't know, I haven't really thought about it. And they don't really think that any of their dreams, if they actually have one, are even achievable. And I'm sure you've seen like the person, Simon Squibb, go around and ask people on the street, hey, what's your dream? A lot of people don't even have a dream. It also kind of makes me think about NPC theory a little bit. I don't know if you know about that. I was going to ask you if you believe in that. I've also kind of believed in that a little bit more in the past couple of years. But it is amazing to think how many people just have no idea what they truly want, right? And if you don't know, which port you're sailing to, right? I think you talked about this quote. No wind will be favorable. And
Yes.
I was going to ask you later in the podcast about like. Just like if you actually have a goal. Well, we'll get to it later.
Okay.
Got a section I planned out. So yeah, you talk about perspective shifting and the role it plays in your life. What exactly is perspective shifting?
Oh, I love this because if somebody watching right now has never like heard of this or done this type of thing, this can break your whole worldview, but in a very gentle way, hopefully. And so basically the premise of shifting your perspective is that the map is not the territory. And by that, what I mean is you'll have a map that just shows a tree and a path, and then at the end of the path, there's a hole in the ground, right? And by looking at the map, by seeing the little image of a tree, that's not the tree. Like we know that the tree is not in the map. We have to actually walk the path to encounter the tree, and then we'll see it and we can actually interact with it. Same thing with the hole later. The problem is if you give somebody that map and then they say they've saw the tree, they've encountered the tree, and a lot of times we'll do that. And so basically this is just a map of consciousness. What I'm doing is relating this back to consciousness. In consciousness, we have a mental map of the world. That's how we have to engage with it. We need it. It's not a bad thing to have a map. But the problem is when we look at the map and then we objectively say, so the way I experience everything is the way everything is. That's just the way the world is. And then you can start to pigeonhole yourself into a bunch of limiting beliefs, things that hurt you. I'm stupid. I'm stupid because when I interacted with this one person, they were more intelligent with me on this given topic. So that means I can install the belief that I am stupid. And now if we can kind of go into that and be like, let's shift that perspective a little bit. They were more educated about that topic than you. Does that intrinsically mean that you're stupid? It doesn't. And so now you can start going in and just removing all of it, because in reality, this is a deeper part of it. We'll maybe get into that more. None of it's true. None of it is objectively true. But you can install what you want. And why not have more beliefs that push you forward, that align with what you would like to believe? But that's a whole other story.
Yeah, I'm sure too, if you encountered someone who is smarter than you on a certain topic, and you start to think to yourself, or even say out loud, I encounter a lot of people who just say like, oh, I'm so stupid, I wouldn't know about that, or they talk down on themselves. And those limiting beliefs, I believe, are like installed in you from a very young age. And then you just keep the cycle going, the downward spiral of openly putting yourself down. Like, you don't need, like, as people say now, like ops or enemies, right? Like a lot of people are their own ops. Like, you just keep putting yourself down. And I've even talked to like really pretty girls that just keep saying like, I'm ugly. I'm like, what are you talking about? They can't even see, and I don't like anyone putting themselves down, and I'll correct them. Have you ever corrected someone and they're offended that you correct them about putting themselves down? And they're like, no, man, you don't know. And I'm like, no, you trust me. Like, it doesn't have to be like this. Because I'm sure like you went through the process of awakening to be like, wait, why am I putting myself down? Why am I doing this? And then once you see other people doing it after you overcame that, you're like, no, trust me. Wait, don't do that. Stop it. But they haven't come to their own conclusion about it.
No, for sure. I feel like when you have to come to that yourself in a way, and one of the hardest parts about helping somebody with limiting beliefs is a lot of times they are the engineer of those beliefs. And so, of course, when you go to an engineer and tell them their designs are bad, or their design not bad, but designs may not be the most effective, then they're like, no. This belief that I'm stupid kept me safe when I was at home during dinner time. Because I was stupid, I wouldn't engage in that intellectual conversation. I wouldn't get put down by like my narcissistic aunt. And so you're telling me to go back to that time where it hurt, and like, but that's a whole lot of inner work that we have to get to. That's a whole other we can go all day, huh?
Right. Yeah, definitely. What's the difference between conscious and unconscious creation?
Oh my gosh. Whew. Okay, so conscious creation is when you place awareness on it, plain and simple. And by awareness, what I mean is just this. It's really hard to describe what awareness is, but if anyone watching, and you, Michael, as we talk, if you just kind of feel and listen, there's a lot more here than we can even really be aware of. Like a lot of times, if anyone's watching right now, you can look around your screen and you just see there's a lot more. It's like in your vision. You may be focused on one place, but the awareness is a lot bigger than that. And you can do that with internal things too. And in fact, the internal things are really everything external, in my opinion. And so placing awareness on your life is paying attention to what may be silent. Because in my opinion, silence is the only truth. Everything else is change. So us talking, this conversation will end. I think, what song is that? With John Mayer, he says, the great Big Bang and dinosaurs, fiery raining meteors, it all ends, unfortunately. And that's everything on the outside. But the one thing that doesn't change is silence. And by tuning into that truth, you'll start to have a bigger perspective of everything, and you can start to be more intentional, more conscious about how you design certain things. And you'll notice, like, hey, every time I go talk to somebody who I deem attractive, I immediately see myself as not attractive. I immediately put myself in a subhuman space. But you didn't even notice it before. By paying attention to it and being aware of it, now you can start to make a change. Who do I want to be when I'm around attractive people? That's what happens when you place awareness on it. The metric that gets measured gets changed. But unconscious creation is just that. We're all doing that. I don't believe you have to be aware at all times. Life just doesn't work like that. But realistically, a lot of the things in our life we have built ourselves. We're encountering these villainous, poisonous machines that if you look at the sticker that says created by, it'll have your own name on it. And that's unconscious creation. And it's just by living reactively, you're going to push the world and it's going to push back out at you in different places. And unconscious creation is just poking a bunch and not really caring about the output.
Right. It's basically being on autopilot,
Yep.
right?
NPC behavior.
NPC behavior. Yeah. I think you gave a good metaphor. I heard about if the sun was your attention. Do you remember that one? Can you say that one again?
Yes, I got that. That's from, I believe, Joey Lott. If anyone, I guess, I don't know if to call that a plug or what, a shout out to him. He's an amazing spiritual teacher on YouTube. And one of the things that he talked about was the awareness. And it goes like this, basically. The awareness, your awareness, is like the sun. It's diffuse, it's wide, it's spread out, and it lights up everything around it. But your attention has to be focused. And so when you focus your attention, it's like a magnifying glass, harnessing that sun as it comes in, and then burning a specific spot on the ground. Now, this third thing we just brought up, the spot being burned, this is intention. And it's a huge part of life engineering, because the whole reason that I want people to place their attention on what basically what you place your attention on.
Hold on a sec.
Oh, go ahead.
I think you cut out real just for a second. Are we back?
Are we back?
I think we're back.
I'll continue talking.
Then we're good. Okay.
Okay. No, okay. So I don't know where I cut off. Had I said the magnifying glass yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so your magnifying glass is, so we'll go back to the sun. So the light of the sun is your attention. It's completely unfocused, diffuse, incredibly powerful. We need it. But then your focus is your attention. That's the magnifying glass. And then when you put the magnifying glass down on the sidewalk, like we used to do as kids, and burn a spot, that burned spot is intention. And that's why I always say you need to know what you want. Because the law of attention is basically that whatever you place your attention on grows. So if you are always focusing on how angry you are, you're always focusing on how much you lack money, how upset you are about how you talk in certain situations, then of course that thing can only grow. And then the things that you aren't looking at, they die out like plants without water. And so this sounds like messed up, but it's actually an amazing thing. Because imagine one of the plants that you've been growing is that you think you're stupid. And if you can just take your attention off that and let that plant die, and then wherever your attention goes, that thing's gonna grow. So what if and you don't have to start by saying like, I'm smart. You can start by saying, there are things that I know, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah, it's like planting seeds in your subconscious, and then your attention is the sun, and then if you put intention on the seed in your subconscious, it'll grow, and the answers will like come to you and blossom. I just gotta put that together in my head.
That's a beautiful moment, man. When you set an intention to know something, and you wake up one day, you're like, where did that come from?
Right. It's like your subconscious is like a supercomputer, right?
For sure. It's the greatest supercomputer known to man. We still haven't figured that thing out.
I've heard a lot of scientists talk about that your subconscious may be like a quantum computer. And now we're creating like new quantum computers in this reality that are like new subconsciouses for a new intelligence, which is AI. It's kind of the whole fractal cycle of consciousness. And if we're in a simulation and all that stuff's like interesting. What is the importance of meditation when cultivating focus?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you've done your research on me, huh? When it comes to meditation, just like what we were talking about, the law of attention, what you focus on grows. One of the biggest problems is even though we will know that, somebody will have told you, what you focus on is going to present itself more into your experience. You will still find yourself focusing on what you don't want. And the reason is, imagine you wake up and you're in a room. It's a completely void white space. But there is one thing, a tiger in the room. Where are you going to place your attention? Like where? I'm going to look at the tiger, right? I don't want to be eaten by it. It's a logical thing to do. As humans, we've evolved to pay attention to things that harm us, could potentially harm us, or could lead to outcomes that we don't desire. And so it's not conscious. You just do it. You will think about how rent's coming up and you don't know where it's coming from. You will think about how if your baby walks outside and gets hurt, so you got to buy all the locks for the house. So you can make plans to stop that from happening. But one of the biggest problems comes up when you don't consciously have the ability to direct your attention. And so meditation gives you just that. But a lot of times people go into meditation with a goal, with I'm going to make myself smarter, I'm going to be better, I'm going to do this. And by doing that, you negate the entire experience, in my opinion. So people go in and say, well, I've tried meditating, but I can't because I can't stop my thoughts. And it's like, whoever told you that meditation is about stopping your thoughts, I need you to not listen to them about meditation, at least for the next few times you try. It's about watching. It's about cultivating awareness. You can meditate right now. If you're watching this video, if you're watching this on either of our pages, just listen. Look at the screen and then look around the screen. Let your awareness just be wide. Feel the tingle of your skin. That's always been there, but you just haven't noticed it until we brought it up. Notice how your breathing now is off of autopilot. You have to do it manually for the next couple of seconds. I hate to do that to the viewers, but that's awareness. And so you'll notice incredible change by just the simplest breath awareness. And that's all it is, just watching the breath. Are you doing it intentionally? Are you accidentally doing it? Doesn't matter. Look at it. And what you'll do is you'll cultivate the ability to place your attention on specific things for longer and longer stretches of time, which now, since you know what you want, you can place it directly on what you want. And then the law of attention says that thing will grow into your experience more. That's why meditation is incredibly important.
And then right after you're done meditating, you can open up TikTok, and then all your work will be ruined. It'll ruin it right away. Instagram Reels, TikTok, dude, Reels is even worse. Have you ever used bad. Instagram Reels? Because
yes.
They're just so, oh my God. Like I always thought TikTok was bad. Instagram Reels got way more wild. I didn't see that coming. Like what kind, is your feed wild on Instagram? Just like the most.
On Instagram, I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh, you don't use Instagram Reels that much?
No, I'm saying I use it, but I don't know where my feed comes from on Instagram. TikTok, it's tailored to me. On Instagram, right. It's like wild. The
most out-of-pocket, crazy shit ever. It's just, I don't know. It's so fun, though. It is kind of like a lottery machine, though, because that next like wild hit of dopamine is just, I mean, I've really been addicted lately. It gets to be a problem. Yeah, anyways. So how do you prime yourself each day for victory when you're starting your day? Oh, are you still there?
Where's that?
I think you froze.
I might be back here in a second.
Sorry, guys. We've been having technical issues before recording and after recording. It's part of content creation. We were just talking about that earlier.
I think I'm back.
Cool. You're back. You're good.
I'm going to cut cam for a second to give my bandwidth time to catch up. Let me see if that might... Oh, I'm back? Okay. Very good. Bonjour.
Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, I was asking how do you prime yourself each day for victory towards your goals?
Oh my gosh. The night before. If I don't do it the night before, morning me cannot be trusted. He has his own agenda. He wants to do his own things. Morning me does not care about afternoon or rest of life me. But
I'm the same way.
You say
definitely, yeah.
So basically, I have to love him the night before, and by that I mean if I intend to go for a run. Do you know how many times I've set myself to go for a run and then not gone for a run in the morning, versus the amount of times I said I'm going to go for a run and sat my clothes ready in the bathroom. Like I have the shorts, I have everything. And even after when I get back, the clothes for I'm going to wear after my shower and the shower, everything is set up. If I've done that, the chances I'm going to actually go out and do the intention I set forth goes up. I'd have to say like 50 to 80%. I rarely, because I can't go into the bathroom and look at the clothes and then be like, now it's more of a hassle to put them away than to just use them. I get this from James Clear. It's his stacks of like habit change and building better habits and getting rid of the old ones. And he really is touching on the law of attention in his stuff, whether or not he knows it. But basically, if you have an intention to do something, make it easy. Even for the you that is really tired, groggy, maybe had way too much food before he went to sleep, something like that. Make it to where he can sleepwalk his way into his running shoes. And I think that's really the key.
It's almost like you're building an external neural pathway to just like smoothly connect it. You know,
I've never heard it that way, but that's perfect.
Yeah, I just thought of that because I know like neuroplasticity is because you're talking about habits. If you build those shitty habits, unless you build like a new, if you prime yourself externally for it just being smooth, you can actually build a internal habit easier if you build the proper structure externally.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Because it's like the more you do it, I think it was Jordan Peterson who said, "Do not it shook me when he said it, and I don't even know why because it's so simple. But the most powerful things often are. He said, "Do not practice what you don't want to become." And I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And then the reason it's so powerful is because we will practice things and say, "Well, it's not me. I'm just doing this for right now. Like I don't steal, but I need money right now, so I'm going to take some." And it's like you will look down the road and something will happen to where it will become you. You're placing your attention on it. And a big part of attention placing, in my opinion, it's not just the awareness, but attention is your thoughts and your actions. So both of those things have to be lined up. So placing your attention on something is just a different way of placing awareness on it. And so don't practice what you don't want to become is a big part of it. But in the converse of that, the inverse would be practice what you do want to become. Of course, that sounds simple, but if you want to be a kinder person and you're in a conversation and something's triggering you, now, of course, you're not going to be great at it. That's the point of practice. Practice.
Yeah, once you cross like a certain threshold of, let's say you stole something and you're like, well, I did it before. I can do it. You know, it's not a big deal if I do it again. And then you automatically, it's like identity shifting. Once you do a certain thing and break that barrier, something you didn't think you would do, you kind of shift into that new identity. And you can do it for something that's, perceived as bad, like stealing, or something like building a new habit that would allow you to practice being something you want to become. Yeah.
I completely agree.
With the world advancing at such a rapid pace, how do you recommend engineering one's life for people out there who feel lost and uncertain in the times we're living in?
Oh my gosh.
That's kind of a heavy one because it's almost election time and there's plants blowing up, there's hurricanes, there's chemicals in our food everywhere, and AI's coming, aliens are here, tons of crazy stuff going on. So with all that chaos happening, what would you say to someone who's just
it's
like
slowing down for me, but I can still hear you.
Okay, I was just saying, like, with all that chaos happening, what would you say to someone who's like, I don't know, I just feel like the world is fucked and I don't see a way out. Why even bother trying to engineer my life when everything is so unsure?
I would say to them the same thing that I say to myself when I start seeing that way. And it's that the map is not the territory and that I don't have all the knowledge. Like I don't have all the information. And so just like we'll be walking in a dark room, somebody else can come in with a flashlight and show you like, oh no, there's more rooms here. There's more options. A lot of times the brain will tell us, our minds anyway, I don't call it the brain. We will tell ourselves that we know all the options. I've seen all the doors. Look at all the chaos out there that's been presented to me. This is what the world is. I should just lay down and curl up and just hope that I can survive this. But what I'd recommend, again, and I hate always coming back to awareness, but look around you now. Now, if you're in a not safe place, put down the phone or whatever you're watching this on, for sure go get safe, right? But if you're in
the middle of a hurricane going on, maybe you take a break from being addicted to your iPhone.
Take a minute, it might be time to look at the house, but to batten down some hatches. But in your everyday life, like right now, yes, the world's, when you look at your phone and look at the news and everything, it's burning. Right now, look at your direct experience. Not what you think it is, not what you've been told it is, not where everything else is. Just look right here, right now. Feel the tingle of your body. Feel your mind. And hear the silence between my words. You're okay. And it's from that okayness that everything else can be built. But as you look at the world and it's shifting, nature, and it is crazy. I'm not going to sit here and try to lie to anybody. It's crazy right now. AI, not even just AI, but just like the hurricanes, the storm season's coming. We have elections coming up. Everyone's angry, arguing, and it can feel like the whole world's falling apart. But no, there's a great cycle to all of that. And it's been like that since the beginning of time. And there's always been uncertain times, but the world always finds order again. What will be the result of all this change once we come out on the other side is what you did in the meantime. And so well, I got this. This one's messed up, but it's from not messed up, but it's funny, from the Boondocks. And I think it's Huey, and he's sitting there asking his grandpa. He's like, "What do you do when you can't do shit, and there ain't shit you can do?" Something like that. He says, "It's a pardon my French," and he says, "You do what you can." And in the same way, right now, if everything feels like it's messed up and you really don't feel like you could even engineer your life, first off, know that you always can. There have been people that are in the most heinous situations, and I don't mean to demean anyone's situation, that feel like they can't engineer it, that took the time to have that awareness, and they found a way to begin doing so. And no, it's not going to be pretty at all times. Like, you're going to be doing some things, and a lot of times when you're the one breaking generational curses and doing things that go against the grain, you are going to come up against some opposition that makes it seem like you're going the wrong way. But in video games, the way we know we're going the right way is when we encounter opposition. If you're going the wrong way in a video game for a while, you're just going to be running. Nothing's going to be bumping into you because you're not going the right way.
That's a good point.
And so I guess at that point, I question what I want. Like, what's my desired experience? But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that's a good point. I never thought about it like that. Like, if you're playing Grand Theft Auto 5 and you're just running in the middle of nowhere forever, and you're not running into like where the heist is, you're not going to get the thing you want. You're just running away from everything. Yeah, it's a good point. You're not overcoming the resistance, right? They always say wherever your resistance is, that's where your work needs to be. Isn't that Carl Jung or something talking about the resistance?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Speaking of manifestation and stuff, let's kind of get into that. So let's just start off kind of from the outer perspective, which this is kind of a big question, but what do you believe our purpose on Earth is?
Oh my God. Oh, that's a big one.
And then we'll go more into manifesting from the purpose of why we're here. But why do you think we're here to begin with?
I believe that each soul, each person that is here, if you even want to call it a soul, it's hard to do this with words because a lot of the stuff that I do and I talk about has to be experienced directly. It's not something that because you have your own mental map of what these words mean, and it's not exactly the mental map I have of my words. And so I'll be saying things, you're going to put together a map, and it's going to be pretty close, and hopefully I can word this intentionally to where your map matches with mine enough, and by yours, I mean anybody watching. But just keep that in mind and try to have a broad perspective of each word that I say here, rather than just very specific. Like when I said soul there, even that I don't consider to be a very specific religion-based word. But anyway, basically, I believe the purpose of everybody is different depending on who you are. But you'll notice it in your life's great recurring themes of pain, things that you resist, things that keep coming up. And I believe your purpose here is to experience that which you desire to experience. And so basically, if I had to put it down to a word, it is desire. I think everything is born from desire. And I think that in fulfilling that desire is where we find life, which is why I think it's important to know what that is.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I've definitely found in my life that whatever I'm avoiding, whatever I feel to be the most painful, I felt that I had a lot of people who kind of wronged me in my earlier life and took advantage of me because of my disabilities and stuff. And as soon as I crossed the threshold of just forgiving those people who were supposed to take care of me or do the right thing, as soon as I forgave them while they were yelling at me or doing something terrible, as soon as I did that, everything else just lined up in my life. It's first off, I felt like a wall break down. I felt like a huge weight lifted off of me. And it's my soul rose to another level in the video game where I had a billion times more freedom. And yeah, I definitely feel that, which I desired 100%. Everyone always told me I'd never live on my own. I would never have any sort of independence because of my disabilities. And I always just, that gets in your subconscious mind and it kind of turns into a limiting belief. But as soon as I said, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyways, and I did the one thing was very out of character for me, which was forgive the person who's spewing all this kind of nonsense to me, trying to control me and a position of power over me. As soon as I did something that I could control, which is forgiving them, it shocked the fucking shit out of them. But also it freed me. Like something in my reality just like shifted. Like we talked about identity shifting.
Yep.
Like, I don't know if you've seen the show like Dark Matters, where there's like, it's about the multiverse on Apple TV. And as soon as, it's a really good show, I recommend it. And like, basically I shifted my identity by doing something I wouldn't normally do. I became like a new character in the video game. And because I did that, I just got like a brand new life. As soon as I forgave those people, I just shifted into a whole new reality. I'm living on my own now, completely independent, doing everything that everyone told me no. And yeah, definitely the principles that you talk about and manifesting and all that stuff, it genuinely works. It really, really does.
That's exactly. And now what you've done, no one could ever take that from you, because it's different. Like some people have a belief, but I don't really like going for belief, because I like belief is just doubt turned inside out. Because to believe something, you really have to, there has to be doubt. That's the whole point of belief. But when you don't believe something, you know it. It's become knowledge. To me, it's solid. That's like so powerful. What you've done now, like now the manifesting for you is just like, it's just life. That's just living. Right. You're just like, oh, I want a different outcome. I'll change this aspect, or like you'll just start putting more awareness on it. So no, congratulations, man. Hats off to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it does definitely get easier once you break those certain thresholds, because you realize like, oh my God, I do have more power than I ever thought. We all believe we're powerless, especially like people who are disabled, because you're physically at a disadvantage. I just for all the people listening, I'm telling you, I'm one of the best examples. Like I was born with all my joints dislocated. And I mean, I've had a crazy life story. And I'm telling you, you have more power within you just by simply changing who you are internally. Things do shift externally. It's almost, I mean, it just feels like miracles. Miracles just start happening when it's essentially what Jesus Christ would talk about. Just a lot of, honestly, like the more I've just authentically been myself and figured this stuff out for myself and done these things, I'm like, oh, that's what Jesus was talking about. As soon as you forgive someone, you take all that power away from them and you give it to yourself. Like when you focus on what you can control, it just, like we were talking about earlier, like with all the stuff going on in the world, what should you kind of focus on if you're trying to engineer your life? You focus on what you can control, and you focus on trusting yourself. So that way, when something does come at you, right, like you know you can trust yourself and control whatever you can control. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Oh my gosh, you're opening up my heart right now, preaching to the choir. Yes, no, I completely agree. And I think it's one of the most powerful things about what you just said is the forgiveness aspect. It's so hard to forgive, especially when you feel like you've been betrayed in a deep way, and it really does have an impact on your life. Like in an instance of like a lot of times with people, it's like their ex, and like their ex cheated on them or something, and then like they had to move houses, and all this stuff messed them up, and now of course there's physical proof in reality of that action, that betrayal, that they can point to and say, my pain is there. My pain is from that, and now I've had all these circumstances that have led me to being worse in a different place. And now what they don't see is there's this ball, this mass of like pain and suffering and energy that's just like centered in their solar plexus. And from that, you are just like poking out into the world things that align with it. It's just completely in the same way. And so that's a bunch of energy. Our focus and our thoughts are all this energy. And when you forgive, you're not saying, hey, I like what you did to me. Hey, I want you to do that again. Hey, I'm your friend again. Hey, I'm going to put you in the same position to do the same thing. You're not saying any of that. What you are saying is, I'm taking my energy back. I'm not putting that on you anymore. I'm moving you from the realm of hate, which I believe is just the opposite of love. I'm moving you into the true opposite of this, which is indifference. And all that energy that you were putting into that situation is now free. And you just become this like being of light. I don't know what it is. Like you could do if you've been somebody who's been angry, and it's kind of like, and it's always in the times where you have like the weakest, is at our lowest point that we're open to the greatest change. That's from The Legend of Korra, funny enough. Avatar Aang says it. But it's so true. If you have the most opportunity for clarity when you're confused. You have the most opportunity for power when you are in a weak position, because now you can really explore that polarity. And so I think that forgiving somebody, though it doesn't feel amazing at first, is usually the most powerful move you can make as someone who's been betrayed. You have the most opportunity to slingshot yourself into like a new reality that you couldn't even imagine.
I had this quote that I think you would like. Trying to find it real quick.
No, go ahead.
Here, I'll look for it while we talk about something else here. It's basically, well, let me find it. It's basically about this same kind of thing about, here it is. In my life, I learned negative emotions like hate cannot be given away freely, as energy and focus are captured in torment. But with love, I can love freely, and I choose to be free. So that's something I wrote after I forgived those people in my life, because like it's kind of like in Star Wars too, you know, where what's it called? Anakin Skywalker, he was captured by the torment and tormented by his hate and his fear. But if you chose to love and be open and forgiving instead of being trapped in that cycle of hate, he would have gotten everything he ever wanted. Like it was that self-fulfilling prophecy, right? And it's really, when you hate something and you're not forgiving, you're just being tormented, and you're tormenting yourself, and you have full control of just letting it go through forgiveness. And also when you have self-love for yourself too, like that's a boundary, right? Like you have, you know, it's like, I don't love what they did. I forgive them. I let it go. Like you said, indifference. But then you have enough self-love to have that boundary to not allow it to happen again.
Oh my gosh. We are meant to talk because you related this back to Star Wars. You shouldn't have done that, man. That's a whole other, I'll talk to you more about that off podcast. But I think Star Wars is one of the best manifestation stories ever written, in my opinion. I think that it's a great story of redemption, but especially the prequel, though some parts of it do look like it was rendered by a PlayStation 2. I agree with that. I understand that. But if you just look at what happens, it's like somebody wrote it to tell that story, because there is an initial jolt. There always is this initial jolt that wakes you up to a certain type of emotion. And for him, it was the death of his mother. The death of his mother. And when he felt like he could have come back, he felt like he could have done something. And he's right. And the Jedi Order kind of stopped him from being there to do that. And so now the resentment starts. There's already pain and there's loss. And so what does he want most to avoid? His greatest, if you asked Anakin after episode 2, what do you want? He would say, I want to never experience my mom dying again. I want to never experience an important woman to me hurting them or not being enough or not being powerful enough to defend them. I want to keep them alive. And so he's focusing on what? The death of a woman that means a lot to him. And so, perfectly, and another thing that's a big part of this is, I believe, as you start to walk this path as like a manifestor, somebody who believes in, not believes, but like practices like engineering your life in a certain way, you become more powerful. And with that more power of like direction of energy, there's a lot more of a responsibility with it, because you are now a lot bigger of a magnifying glass. And so a lot of people feel like their life has started to crumble after they start doing these types of things. And I'm like, yes, because you have to, like, once you start focusing this stuff and you start doing this, slight changes, big mess ups are huge for you a lot of times, because you'll build great things and they'll fall down greatly too. And so Anakin got that love of his life. He was able to bring that to himself, but then he didn't want to lose it. And so in not wanting to lose it, he created the perfect circumstances. And Yoda gave him the answer in episode 3. Yoda told him straight up, and he couldn't take it. And he said, what should I do? He said, I see death. I won't let this happen. And Yoda said, train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose. And that's the scariest thing. But God dang it, if that isn't a great story, man. I love Star Wars.
Well, he even gives that whole speech about, like, you know, the closer you get to me, the more I feel tormented. Because it's that fear. He didn't know. He didn't know how to receive love. He's only known really and been trained in loss, right? From that one moment, and he's just been terrified and tormented. Like essentially, when you fear something, you're putting your attention on it. You're manifesting that to happen. You're worrying and you're putting your energy into that. And that's what his vision was. His fear was giving him the potential. Let's say if you're looking at the quantum field of like possibilities, and he was focused with his worry on that one outcome. And that's exactly what happened.
No, completely. And I think that it's one of the most beautiful parts of it is because he was the chosen one. And as the chosen one, imagine like how much force capability he has. And so I'm assuming like in the Star Wars verse, like they went with midichlorians for that aspect of it, but like he can probably do so much more than the average person. So it really means something when Anakin Skywalker fears something. And I believe fear, just with normal actual manifestation stuff, I think fear is one of the most powerful manifesting emotions. When you fear something, you can bet your best dollar that whatever you're scared of, you will encounter that. So you better be ready. It's going to come up. And it's not to say like to be afraid, like, oh, now I'm even more afraid of being afraid. Like, no. That's what the meditation comes in the training. But for him, that loss that he feared, he so beautifully brought it to be in the most like powerful way. And then of course Sidious had a huge part in that, right? Like Sidious was there. But and like you said, like if Anakin wanted to, like if he really had focused and like of course I love the story the way it is, I wouldn't change it. But let's say there's a rewrite. He could have completely gotten everything he wanted. All of it.
Yeah. 100%. I've seen like people animating different outcomes for Star Wars where he just gets it. Like, it was just certain choices. You could have made certain small decisions that would have had a cascade effect of huge, better outcomes instead of the repercussions of, focusing all of his power on fear. And it's a good point because he is so powerful that just a smaller amount of what he feared had a much bigger consequence. And I find that with myself too, is like the more consciously aware you are of the power you have inside of yourself to create your life, that because you understand like it's real, it's not fake, it's not bullshit. When you're first starting out, you're like, I don't know, because there's so many people that lie. You're like, is this fake? Is this fake? Is this fake? But once you have enough experiences, like I'll record stuff in my phone, like this happened today, this happened today. Hey, I thought about this. I noticed it happened in my external reality here. And you have enough proof that, oh, it's not bullshit. And you're like, oh no, I need to make sure that I have all my thoughts like lining up with what I desire and what I don't desire, and not what I don't desire. But yeah, anyways, Star Wars is like the first three movies, and I mean like 1, 2, and 3 don't get enough credit.
No, exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
My bad.
I
think I just lost my freaking light. One sec. Let me grab my Type-C cable. Is that okay? I can hear you.
Yeah, sure.
So if you have your next question, I can jump in on that too.
I'll edit this part out. It's fine. We'll be right back, guys. Hey, guys, we're back. He got his light working. We've just had a lot of technical problems today, before and during the podcast, so sorry about that. But we're back. So, Kenneth, how would you describe the nature of consciousness?
Oof. You got some heavy hitters today, man. Let's see. Going back to kind of what I said earlier, depending on if this is a clip or not, be careful with what I'm about to say. You have a map of what words mean. And so try to really, in the direct experience, see what I'm pointing to. It's really all I'm doing is pointing. And so the nature of consciousness, I believe, is that consciousness is all things. Consciousness is everywhere. Consciousness is what you're hearing right now, my words. Consciousness is the screen you're looking at. So this is where my view starts to differ from a lot of different people's, where they kind of see the internal and outside worlds. I was going to say outternal. The internal and outside worlds are different things. I fundamentally disagree. I fundamentally see that all is in the all in a way. And so basically, I believe consciousness is inescapable. You are it, you are in it, you are of it. And there's not a matter of difference in different consciousnesses, but a matter of degree. And so there's like a greater consciousness that embodies all of us, that we all express different aspects of. But there is you, which also is that all, like a cup of water from the ocean, and you have the same aspects. You're not different in kind, but in degree. in that nature. And so I think that consciousness, much like a dream, that's the best way I can describe it, is much like a dream. Consciousness is everything you experience. And so the reason I've come to that conclusion, not just through Delulu woo-ness, but through just direct experience, direct experimentation in reality. And what I've noticed, I'm not sure if have you ever lucid dreamed before?
I've tried.
How
I
successful?
want to do. Have you ever tried the gateway tapes? Have you heard
Yes.
about that before?
Absolutely.
I have those on my phone. I'm gonna try the lucid dreaming series and see if I can do it. But I've had a couple where I've kind of maybe a little bit, but not fully.
You are, since you're already on the path to it, it is something you will certainly experience, in my opinion. I believe that you will encounter lucid dreaming. It's probably going to be soon now that we've talked about it and brought so much awareness
Oh yeah.
to it. For me, it was not long after an experience I had with psychedelic substance. I no longer partake in, but I was a kid, man, with different times. And I had to stop in partaking in any form of leafy substance because it would give me like a panic situation. And a lot of people I know, I've made a video on it, a lot of people feel the same way. And so when you stop doing any leafy substance, a lot of times your dreams go crazy. Like they become incredibly vivid. Something's happening in the brain. And one thing I noticed, this is when I broke out of my nightmares. I haven't had a nightmare since. It's the craziest thing. But basically in the nightmare, I woke up in the dream, and my big problem with lucid dreaming was that I couldn't do it because whenever I started to, I would get incredibly terrified that something bad, like something scary was going to happen. So like I'm lucid and I'm like, oh no, here comes the demons. Here comes the monsters, they're going to come get me.
I've
'Cause
worried
of
about
course
that too if I was able to. I'm worried about that too, yeah.
Well, you'll encounter it, right? But once you do, you have to realize it directly though. Me telling you isn't enough. One has to realize it directly through like that. Those gears have to mesh, actually. But hearing this may help. For me, I remember I saw it standing at the end of this. The whole consciousness became a dark hallway. There's this thing at the end that's moving all freaky, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is it for me. And then something just snapped, and I said, why should I fear you in a world of my creation? This is my dream. So you are just me. And then the whole dream changed. And ever since, I cannot in a lucid dream experience something that I don't like. That I don't prefer. Yes, I can experience because I still have to work with the mechanics of dreaming. But I can easily fly and levitate now in my dreams. I can do some like the more sci-fi powers. I do like some of the stuff like from shows that I've watched and things. But it's not as like, it took me a while to get to the point where I could fly because I didn't like know I could. You know what I mean? And so until you know that you can, you won't. And because like you'll just jump and like you have the expectation that you'll come back to the ground. You
Do you have like
to
a
lose that
technique to
expectation.
get into the lucid dream
Oh yeah, absolutely.
before? Yeah, you do. Do you do
So-
like the waking up a certain time and then go back? Yeah, you do that one. Yeah.
That one's amazing. So, but this one's going to mess a lot of people up. If you do want to try it, I know it's not for everybody, but I really enjoy getting into sleep paralysis because sleep paralysis is.
Damn, bro. I was just talking
It's-
about that to someone else the other day, and how they see like the demon, the sleep paralysis demon.
Yes.
Do you see
It's
that
the
every
same
time?
thing. No, so you'll stop seeing it. You'll stop seeing it at all when the fear goes away. The only reason, and this is okay, we're gonna get kind of controversial here. Depending on the comments, you're gonna get a lot of comments on this one. The sleep paralysis demon only shows up because you fear it, because you're scared it's going to show up. It's you. You're just spooking yourself. It's like a cat that sees a mirror. And so basically, in dreams, basically what your raw expectation is. What you truly know, not what you believe, not what you want to test, what you know will happen, will happen. And so if a person shows up and you deem them to be bigger than you and a bit frightening, then you better believe that a chase script will manifest. And this script will be one that you are running from this person. But if you have knowledge of this stuff, this is not something you have to believe me in. You can test it. If you just turn around and as this person's pursuing you and say, I am now the one chasing you, and I wonder if you can do a backflip. If that person does not do a backflip and start running, you know what I mean? This will happen. And this is something you can just test and try. But I told this to my mom one time, and she had sleep paralysis the next day. And she messaged me that morning. She was like, KJ, this is my family calls me KJ. She said, KJ, I can't believe that worked. I actually was able to change the dream. And because all you have to do is place your awareness on something different.
Hold on, your audio cut
It's going to
out.
be right here, right under your chest. Oh, have you lost me?
Okay, you're back. I don't know what I think it's on my end. I don't know why it keeps happening. I'm
But-
telling you, fucking Windows. Fucking Windows, bro. Okay.
I'm also on crusty Wi-Fi, so I take some responsibility here.
Yeah.
But I was going to say a quick trick I can give to anybody that wants to kind of get into this. One thing I will say, I do believe if you have like a weird feeling about it, you don't like the notion of it, then it's probably something you shouldn't get involved in. But if you're okay with it and it's something that interests you, kind of like Michael too, I would say go ahead and give it a try. And I think that the reason is it teaches you the nature of your consciousness. And so like when you go out and you're talking to people and doing things in the dream, every person we can acknowledge, every person you encountered is you. Everything you saw, everything you encountered, because you wake up, you're like, oh man, just a dream. But what was that whole world? All those people, the moving cars, you probably saw things. What was all that? It was all consciousness. I think that's the same thing happening now, just on a different degree. And basically, the way you can kind of know what expectations you're bringing into reality at that moment in the lucid dream, and in reality, but we'll stick with the lucid dream right now, how your solar plexus feels. This area right here, you know when you feel a bit afraid. You know when you're feeling a bit more tense. When that starts to close, you're going to be bringing things in that are in line with that. But when there's the most open and freeing one is love. Love or abundance, real acknowledgement of abundance. When I say abundance, don't just go to money. Money is but one expression of it. But abundance meaning plenty, enough for everyone, not gluttony, which is what a lot of people think. Like, I don't want to have too much abundance. You can't have too much abundance. That's not the way abundance works. Abundance is more of just plenty. There's enough for all. And when you start feeling those type of things, the solar plexus opens up. The experience outside of you will reflect that. We can definitely get into more of that, but that's my belief about lucid dreaming.
So you believe that this reality, our current reality that we're talking in, is almost like a dream, or is almost like Inception, right? It's a level of a dream.
I do think that, yes.
So it's kind of like that song, Walking on a Dream. How can I explain? I always think of that one too. I think so as well. And that's why we're able to manifest with our thoughts. It's just slower than other levels of the dream, right? So we're like in a fractal of God's mind almost, pretty much. And we're all just aspects of God experiencing itself in different dreams. And what about this other perspective that, like, if our brain is like a receiver almost, right? You've heard that theory.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
That when we're dreaming, we're actually just going into a different reality in the multiverse. So it's maybe not like a different level of the dream, but just a different reality. And then when we're lucid dreaming, we're just able to shift those to a different reality a lot easier. So maybe it's all different, maybe the same level, just different aspects of the multiverse.
I definitely think so too. I think that when you're dreaming, like you said, you are a receiver. And we can see that kind of like, you can almost test it. It's a crazy thing once you start playing with this stuff. But again, anything I say or anything that comes up here, directly test. Don't believe anything I say. That's the main thing of life engineering. I say the main thing of it a lot, but I think one of the biggest aspects is not trusting anybody. Not to be like distrustful of people, but not trusting. Don't believe. Don't become culty. Truly, just be like, okay, he made this claim that his experience was this. I will now, and I think what you said you did earlier was really wise, which is you take voice notes, you write things down, and you actually look at what your experience is. Because when you build something, like one of the first things you do when you work on an engine is you have to take diagnostics. You have to look and see how its behavior before you worked on it and behavior after. So then you hear somebody talk about stuff like this. You're like, okay, I'm going to test out some of these things, but you can't just say I'm going to manifest $1 million and then you're like, oh, it didn't come here in 5 minutes. And it's like, no. Let's pay attention to what happened before. What inputs did you make? and then what changes and outputs did you want to get? And so I think that as far as lucid dreaming and then consciousness, to go back to that real quick, is concerned with like the dream and because a lot of times when I say that or that comes up, a lot of people immediately go to, so why don't I just go jump off a cliff? Like, why don't I just go jump off a building then? Because since it's it's a dream, it's like that's not what you prefer. That's not the experience that you're going for, right? Like that. So basically, the notion there is that since it would be more of like a dream, that nothing intrinsically matters, like that this whole thing is just like a big farce. But I would argue that that's just you using the map of your head, what a dream is, to kind of like place that over all of reality, like to what you know as a dream is everything else. And I just don't think that's the case. I think there's a lot more of this than we really have even begun to understand as humans.
It feels like we're at the starting of a new age. Like, well, they call it the Age of Aquarius, right? Which is the age of like harmony, humanitarianism, and technology. And I think that we're going through a huge consciousness shift on Earth right now. And I think that the more and more people, as AI starts to take over jobs and more of that work is less necessary, there is going to be more and more people going inward on themselves and coming to their own conclusion about the nature of consciousness. And I'm curious to see how that will affect society as a whole as more and more people become enlightened. And you kind of see it right now, more people waking up, realizing like, oh, a lot of these people at top don't have the best intentions for us. A lot of our food's kind of being poisoned, and a lot of this crazy Diddy.
You're gonna get a viral clip just off of that part. Diddy. That's all we need to know. Johnson and Johnson stock has dropped 10 points.
1,000 bottles of baby oil. The world is just everything's wild. And I think having expectations of thinking like, oh, I know why everything works the way it works. I think we're all just at the beginning of figuring out the why. I think we're in the prehistoric era of consciousness exploration. And honestly, if infinity exists, we're probably on the journey of this infinity. Like, there may not be an end, but I think we're definitely still at the beginning, at least as human beings.
Agree. I completely agree.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting, though, to think like if everyone on Earth does become at least a certain amount of enlightened and they're not always chasing money, what do you think that society would be like? Or how about this? What do you think will happen, let's say in 5 to 10 years, it could be even sooner, if World War III doesn't start and, hurricanes don't destroy the U.S. and earthquakes and stuff. Like, what do you think will be the first steps of people who have never thought about why they're here before? Let's say they're NPCs, right? They're, at least that kind of NPC behavior. What do you think the society will be like reacting to, oh, I don't have to work anymore? Oh, I don't need to chase after all this money I was told I need to chase and stuff like that?
I think it'll be a dramatic shift. And I think we can already kind of just point to what happens to any of us in our own lives, what happens when we start to think about these things. And I'm not saying that I'm any like messiah, you know what I mean? I'm very much on this journey, still learning. And every time I learn more, I realize how much I don't know. And I feel like it's a very cliche thing to say, but I really do believe that in my soul. I think that as more and more people begin to wake up, quote unquote, and see things on a larger scale, start to really look at what they actually want and stop living life on such autopilot, that there will be a bit of discourse. My face is frozen on my own screen. How did it do that? There we go. I'm back.
You froze on your own screen too?
Yes.
Okay, you're back. We're good.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone listening. Just internet troubles, Windows fucking me over on my computer. Wi-Fi, all that. Yeah, so, okay, we're back.
Anyway, I think that what's going to happen as more and more people begin to wake up, quote unquote, and see things with a grander view, to start focusing more on what they want rather than playing for some system, playing into some game. I think we will see somewhat a bit of chaos. a bit of disorder. And I think that's just the natural order of things. I believe that chaos is one end of the polarity and the other side is order. Things coalesce into order. Order isn't really created. It's kind of something that like it kind of settles into. And discord and chaos is a part of that. And I think that once you start to wake up, imagine you've been sleepwalking for 20 years. When you wake up, you're not going to be somewhere you really know even. You're like, I have no idea where I am. Why am I even doing this? And
That's
so
a good metaphor.
that, yeah, like people are going to wake up and they're going to be on 21st Street in Virginia Beach, and they're like, I want to be in Florida. I want to be in California. I want to be in Hawaii. Maybe not a United States territory, but. And so, of course, now, I mean, and then that sleepwalker has a wife. That sleepwalker has a whole life. I'm not saying the divorce and everything, but I mean, that too. I don't want to go too far into that, but you have an entire system that is predicated on your consciousness the way it is. And so when that consciousness changes to any degree significantly, the entire structure is compromised in a way. And so depending on what you do and how you want to go about that, you kind of need to be prepared for massive changes. And a lot of times massive changes don't look like things going amazingly for the first bit. Sometimes it is a little crazy.
Yeah, definitely having like the dark night of the soul, as it's called in spirituality, during your awakening. I mean, you feel like you want to die. I mean, really, really. I heard you talk a little bit about how you had one too, and I definitely did too. Yeah, I had many. I mean, I've actually literally died probably over a dozen times now, so I've had some experience there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I should be interviewing you.
That's for another
Glad you're
time.
here.
Though. Thank you. Yeah, it was fun, really fun.
Did you have an experience with that? We have to talk about that sometime. You don't do that now, but like, was there like an out of body experience, a near death experience, like anything like?
Kind of. It wasn't like minutes dead. It's been like a lot, but it's for like a lot of times, but for a short amount of time.
Wow.
Like, 10, 15, 20 seconds here, there. It just showed me more clarity on why I'm here in my life. And it showed me like, certain aspects of my future, like who I'm going to marry. I saw my future essentially a lot, and a lot of it's already come true. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to keep going.
That's awesome. Holy crap. I don't want to go through that, but I want to see that. Knock on wood. I don't want to see that.
No, it's not fun. Like when your heart stops, like basically I had something called supraventricular tachycardia, where your heart just basically keeps getting faster and faster and faster. And at 300 beats per minute, when they stop it to zero, it feels like you're being hit by a train. It's
God dang, man.
Some of the times that happened, at least the first time, was from like medical malpractice from my cardiologist.
Wow.
I literally went. I don't know how I'm alive. I kind of think that. Have you heard of the quantum immortality theory?
But please,
Right.
please tell me.
For people that don't know, it's like basically if you die in one reality, your consciousness just shifts over to a reality where you made it out of it somehow and you're still alive and you just keep going and going and going until you achieve whatever you need to achieve in that life to experience as a soul or something like that. Because the ER doctors told me, especially on the first time, like, hey, man, I don't know how you're alive. There's no reason why you should be alive, but you are. Like, that was his reaction after I
That's a
came
wild
back.
thing to state and to hear.
Yeah, because my heart, for about, I say at least for the majority of the week, it was in the 200s, beating nonstop. And by the time I went to the hospital, it was a little over 300 beats per minute. And he's like, I just don't know how you're alive. Because my cardiologist at the time told me, yeah, don't go to the hospital. And that's a whole nother thing. And eventually I'm like, no, I have to go to the hospital. And that always taught me now to like always follow my intuition, never follow doctors, don't follow orders from anyone in your life. Follow what you feel to be true. And yeah, certain doctors know what they're talking about, but you need to trust. I've learned with doctors, like, trust the doctor's character. They all have the same knowledge. If you get a bad vibe from a doctor, or they're arrogant and short with you, and you can tell they don't really care about you, go to a different doctor, get a second opinion immediately. Don't even take it for a second, because especially in this country, like medical malpractice accounts for a lot of deaths, like a lot in this country. And I found that out after. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna always listen to myself, because clearly, like, they don't. This person, I don't think, gave a shit about their patients at all. It wasn't even stupidity or not paying attention. He just didn't care. So, yeah. But then, because that one time happened, it caused a bunch of other events from that rhythm. So, it's a whole thing. Anyways.
Holy crap. Yeah. We'll talk more about that, dude. Yeah, no, my mom is a nurse. She's been in the industry since I was born. And when she was pregnant with me, she was walking around handing out trays and doing all that stuff as an LPN. She's since become an RN. And that's one of her biggest things, is advocacy for the patients, because she's noticed just different times. I don't want to put her on blast or anything, but just how many times that people will say something is hurting, or they will have called out the reason they're going to pass months before. A long time before. They will have pinpointed it, but then people will come in and said that it's not the case, or like, you should do this about it and it doesn't help. And so when my grandmother was in dire straits, since passed, but due to malpractice, but my mom would always be in the room. Like, she would say, no, that's not the right. She would catch like different things, like people touching trash cans and then going to touch like open wounds and things. And like, she would like, my mom's very vocal, like in the room. And like, I can only imagine if you're just laying there and there's nobody like that there for you. That is so terrifying to me. But
yeah, 100%. Well, I'm glad your mom's there for people, because there are, it's just like any, they're just more dire, but like, oh wait, is my mic still working?
Yep.
Okay. I keep getting these messages.
Cut off for a second,
like
but it came back.
It's switching. Okay. I don't know what is going on, dude. It's like the Matrix doesn't want this interview to happen. My computer just keeps switching my mics over and over. Everything works always. It's just not working now. I don't know why. Okay. I hope this interview is postable. I hope it's good. Okay. I forget, what was I saying?
Nope, lost mic, I think.
Again?
Yeah, well, now you're back now. When you were saying those words, I couldn't hear you. But go ahead.
I wonder if it's cutting out just for you and my recording, or just you.
That might be.
I don't know.
Could just be me.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. Seems good for now.
Yep, I hear you now.
All right, let's just move on. Maybe he doesn't want us talking about this. So yeah, what was your spiritual awakening journey like?
Oh, gosh. That's a big one.
And that may be too personal. You don't have to answer.
Oh, no, that's completely fine. I'm a big open book, as you can see kind of from my TikTok page. I'm very open to talking about this stuff, because I feel that the real value in sharing and being a content creator is in that authenticity and in the honesty. And so when I kind of started this journey again, I was a content creator who was more about entertainment. When I started this journey again, I pretty much made a vow to myself that I was going to take this on like an honest route. And I want to just actually share true experiences and make videos that if past me saw them, his life would be forever altered. And I just hope that there's a lot of people out there that are like past me, and as they watch those things, their life is altered in the way that maybe mine could have. And then it's also its own experience being the person to facilitate that. But my spiritual journey is one of, say it and scare people off, but intense suffering.
Sorry. Hold on. It all cut out. Fuck, man.
It's okay.
God damn it. Oh my God. We'll be right back, everyone. Hold on.
We'll be right back.
Okay. We were at, I asked you about your spiritual awakening.
Yes. And so not to scare people off from encountering a spiritual awakening, not that you really even could be scared off of it. Once consciousness kind of decides you're going to have one, it will come to pass. So just just kind of let it happen. But my spiritual journey so far, my spiritual awakening so far has been one of intense suffering, I would say, is what led me to most of my revelations. And then I don't know what the word would be. Surrender. I always get to a point where I'm holding on to something. I'm holding on to some ideal, some person, something, and it's stripped away. And I have to learn how to survive without it in a world that I thought I wouldn't be able to. And I come to so many awakenings. It's always been that. It's always been a building up and then a collapse. And there's a quote from The Greatest Showman, funny enough. It's one of my favorite movies. A lot of people don't like it because the songs they got really played out after that, but I really like it. And Hugh Jackman, it's after everything's fallen apart for him. And this really is a part, like the hero's journey. This is a normal part of the cycle. Things will fall apart. But what Hugh Jackman says, and it made me cry when I first heard it. I'm not going to lie, I'm a big baby. It made me, I teared up and cried. And he said, I saw the sun begin to dim and felt the winter wind blow cold. A man learns who's there for him when the glitter fades and the walls won't hold. Because from that rubble, what remains can only be what's true. If all was lost, there's more I gained because it led me back to you. And good God, man, I was like, oh no, tears just started coming out. Because that's the truth. The truth is that silence, that it's all like your awareness, that's the truth. Everything else is change. And when everything falls away and it all shatters, there's this beautiful, it's awful, right? You thought all that stuff you needed, but there's this beautiful acknowledgement and a refinding of security at your new bottom in a way. And like one of the most beautiful things that a friend is coming to mind right now, that when everybody has abandoned you, everything's lost, there'll be these people that are still standing there amongst all this rubble with a hand held out to help you stand back up again. And it's when you see them standing there with their hand held out, that's what makes me tear up, because I think of these people in my mind. There's not many. But those people that are there, it's like, you would be there for me no matter what, huh? And I had to encounter those circumstances to see that. And it is sad to see all the other people leave, because like they were there for the glitter. And when the rubble comes, they don't want to be around for that. Mm-hmm. And so that would describe my spiritual awakening and journey. Is I'm always, and I think for a lot of people watching, and maybe even yourself included, I think that the awakening is due to a jolt. And the jolt is typically from something that you probably don't like.
It definitely is, yeah. And it's besides me listening to you talk about this as well, and just other people on TikTok talking about spiritual awakenings, it's so nice to hear other people. I'm sure you kind of thought maybe you were going crazy at first as well. Like, right? That's what it feels like when you're waking up, and when you start listening to other people having these experiences, you're like, oh shit, I'm not crazy. Oh my God, other people are going through this. And then, like we said, like putting notes in your phone, seeing how everything kind of works and stuff. But yeah, I've had the same kind of experience, just over and over again, just massive collapses and then rebuilding yourself up. A massive collapse, rebuilding yourself up over and over again. And it just gets to be a better, stronger foundation every time for that building. And, I think a lot of people, like you said, like I'm glad you had a couple people there for you. I know some people probably don't have any people for certain times. And it's for those of you kind of going through one right now. I know some acquaintances and kind of friends now that are starting their spiritual awakenings. And it's kind of interesting to see them going through it after I've already had one. And then I get to be there for them, even though I kind of had no one. But then now you kind of get to be that person for that other person. And yeah, anyways. So yeah, no, I definitely relate. Did you ever see angel numbers when you're starting out?
Oh God, this is where I try. I don't. It says my connection's unstable. So if I'm looking weird right now, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's one of the hardest things, man. I don't like to tell people about it or talk to people about it because you fully look crazy. But good gosh almighty, man, I was sitting there. There's so many times the weirdest. I couldn't make these up. It's not like, I know people like, oh, it's because you're thinking about it. No. Like they'll be I'll have an awakening, like a moment where I'm like, oh my gosh, this makes sense. And I'll start like explaining it to myself. And then I'll look at the clock and sure enough, man, it's 11:11. It's 3:33. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that to me.
100%.
Because I can't tell people about that. Like
100%.
You see, top of the hour as soon as I explain that.
Yeah. It's just every time. Even on the wow, it was just 12:12 there on the recording, or 12:21 on this. I'll see it because I thought like maybe my phone's listening to me because I'll see him on TikTok a lot, and I'll see like 2, 2, 2, 2. I'll see like 4 of them in a row, 5 in a row, 6 in a row. And I'm like, maybe it's just my phone listening to me. And like, nope, I'll see it on the receipt. I'll see it on the clock. I'll see it on license plates. I'll see it everywhere. And it's not to the point where it's like a coincidence. It starts out as like 10 times a day, 100 times a day, hundreds of times a day, everywhere. It's like every video, every receipt, every time I look at a clock, to the point where you're like, what the fuck is going on? And you think you're going crazy. And then I looked it up. I'm like, angel numbers. What are angel numbers? And I see other people have the experience. And I'm like, oh, it's a part of the thing. And you start putting it together. And then you go on the journey of, oh, it's a spiritual awakening. Oh, I experienced that. I experienced that. Oh my God. It's like a whole process, you know? And that's cool to hear that you had it too. Oh, yeah. And still have it, I'm sure.
They still, yeah. Oh, they present themselves, man. I've had different, when I meet people that are going to be significant, the weirdest thing will happen. They'll mess, and I know maybe they could be planning that. They'll message me perfectly at a certain time, and like I'm not even trying to interact with these people more and stuff, and like just different things like apartments that I've gotten, things like that, like just random, dude. I'm telling you, the VIN number of certain cars, like I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, how? And I didn't pick that, like.
Dude, I have like my studio lights here that I have on me. Like I told you, I hadn't done a podcast in about a year, and I kind of wanted, because I got really burned out. And we'll talk about how you kind of got burned out too. It's because being a content creator is hard, especially technology like today's makes it very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Damn right.
So I was like, I don't know, do I even want to do this anymore? I love talking to people, but the whole process of editing it and going through the whole thing. And I was kind of caught in that trap we were talking about earlier about the world's changing so much. Do I still want to just, what's the point, blah, blah, blah. And then randomly, because I had my whole studio set up, I just haven't been using it. And my lights started to turn on their own. I was like, oh God, here, what's going on? Short circuit, is there a problem? And it kept doing it slowly, like once a day, twice a day, 3 times a day. And it would just progressively get more and more. And in my apartment, I had an electrician over trying to fix something in my kitchen in my apartment building. Right. And I asked him, like, I had him look at my lights. I'm like, is there a reason, like, this is happening? Is there a short circuit or whatever? He said, I can't find any reason this is happening. And so it kept continuing to do it. I'm like, all right, is there a spirit here? Is there something going on? Something, you know, like, what's happening? And I was like, do you want me to start doing the podcast again? And I said, turn on right now, as I'm looking at it, if you want me to do the podcast again. And it did it right then and there. I'm like, there you go. There you go. So I turned off my lights. I had the remote right here. I turned off my lights and I'm like, all right, blink twice if you want me to do the podcast. Blink twice. I'm like, okay, clearly there's something here doing the thing.
Clear.
So that's why I'm getting back into it. And as soon as I started, searching for people, preparing notes, things like that, hasn't done it since, not once. Completely stays off. And it was doing it constantly to the point where it's like, there's clearly, like I thought it was just a short circuit or the light was going out or something. So obviously, to me, that's like, I'm not crazy. There was a direct communication where I said, do it now, and it does it right then and there. So it's like,
people, until they have that experience themselves, they just can't. I'm telling you. But once
you just sound crazy. You don't tell anyone because you're like, they're gonna think I'm crazy, rightfully so. Because if someone told me 5 or 6 years ago, they're going through that and be like, oh, it's just like, you're losing your mind or something going. Like, so I get it, but then you're also like, it sucks when you're on the receiving end or of the experience because you can't tell anyone, but you get it. You gotta get it.
I largely don't talk about it. Like some of the stuff we've talked about today, I've never told anyone. It's just because there's no, like, until when the ears of knowledge are ready, the mouth of wisdom will be open, and like you'll hear it. But there's sometimes you just won't have the brain cell for certain knowledge until you've had a certain experience, which is why sometimes reality will place certain things in your life, I feel like, at certain times. And it's like, okay, you will know this, but like until we have to install a couple things first for you to have like the framework to understand it. Like you got to have some other things first.
Yeah, our mind really does work like a computer. Like you really got to install like certain software and have certain things installed in order for you to run a program. I like Joe Dispenza talks a lot about that kind of stuff, right?
I love
running
this
the
stuff.
programs and so during your spiritual awakening, like when you're at your lowest, like at the dark night of the soul, what like kept you going at your very lowest?
I'm a lot of things, but a quitter is not one of them, man. I don't know what it is. And I'm not to say that people who don't make it through are quitters, but I definitely think that when I hit the bottom, I have this belief that even when I'm experiencing the worst, like, and I'm going into the hardest times of my life, this too is an experience, and this too shall pass. And one thing I tell people all the time is that when they've lost something that really meant a lot to them, a lot of times this is a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a wife or a husband or sometimes a child. It's a lot of different awful things that can happen to people. You'll feel like you could never be happy again. You'll feel like nothing could ever go right again. Like there's nothing that can fix this. Like there's nothing. I felt like that recently. And it just takes one thing. It takes that one moment, that one person who walks in, that one opportunity that pops up, and everything is back better than ever. It's like a new Iron Man suit. You get an upgrade. But that's why I believe a lot of the religious stuff, they always have some form of a Sabbath period where you have to walk through the dark for a minute, man. And then that's why the component of faith is built in. So I believe pretty much every religion I've studied, which isn't a crazy amount, but in most of the religions I study, there's an element of faith, the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Because when you start going down like a spiritual path, like a path where you aren't completely rooted in the physical completely anymore, you're gonna experience some things that aren't good, that aren't fun. And in that time, you have to be able to maintain composure. And this is not composure, like you can lose it, cry and be upset, but I mean like you have to be able to maintain like a firmness on what you're believing and what you're trying to do, even in those times. So fall apart when the time comes. I'm a firm believer of that. I'm a firm believer in crying. Like people think that being sad is negative, like crying and having negative emotions is a bad thing. And I'm like, it's a part of your experience. I think that it's almost like having gas in your tank. Like if you have gasoline in a tank and you're just like, well, I don't want to have the gas in the tank, so I'm just going to close it up. It's like, no, you haven't gotten rid of the gas. You're just going to make sure it stays there longer because you're not using it. When you have to cry and you have those painful experiences, you need to feel it. You have to go through it. That's the way you use up that energy and set yourself free for something better. You can let go so you can experience something new. And so I think in the darkest times for me, it's always been a knowledge that I don't know everything, and that as long as I can keep coordination, which I'll talk about more later if you'd like, there will always be a slingshot into the inverse polarity, a good thing, in direct proportion, if not better, than the negativity or the painful thing I just experienced. And I stick around for the hope of that.
That's a good point, right? And we live in a world of dualities too. So it's a law. Like if you go through the darkness, there has to be a light somewhere, right? And I agree with you when you're going through those terrible times. Just even something that just makes you laugh, catches you off guard. And when you laugh, you can't be sad in that one moment.
Can't.
It just takes it away, laughter steals your sadness. And I've seen that, with myself too. I'm a comedian and stuff. So, for me, I've always loved comedy, and that's always what kept me kind of going. And I've gotten messages from people who found my comedy on Reddit, some of my sets where I'm making fun of my situation and stuff. And they've told me like, hey man, I was going to kill myself today. And I saw one of your jokes where you're, making fun of your situation. And if you can laugh at that kind of situation, what am I doing? And it kind of wakes them up if they're laughing. And I think that laughter in those times of darkness is so important. And I had the philosophy of, I believe in dark. I have a very kind of dark sense of humor. And I believe when you have a dark sense of humor, you're bringing that darkness to light. You're laughing at it. And you're like you said, you have to, when you're sad, cry, let out that emotion, right? I think laughter is just processing that sadness in a different way. You know, you're bringing it to the surface, and you're almost laugh crying. You're getting it out of your system, and I think that's definitely very important in those moments.
No, oh my gosh. Well, one, that's an amazing service you do for people. And I think that the laughter is a huge, like, when people say laughter is the best medicine, like, it's not a joke. Like, these
Yeah.
euphemisms, like, they exist for a reason. And I completely agree. The power, it's a raw power you have on a daily basis to to change somebody's life or bring somebody like into the light a little bit more just by a passing compliment. There are so many dudes right now whose life would turn around if a girl stopped on the street and just said, "Hey, you look handsome today," or "I really like your shoes." Do you know what that would do to some people out here? Like, if you're watching and you have it in you to give somebody a compliment today, tomorrow, whenever, I'm telling you, experiment with it. You'll see this person light up, and you don't even know that's the first time they smiled in 2 weeks. Like,
Dude, it's so true.
oh my
Like in the
gosh.
middle of, I've had like tons of surgeries and stuff, and in the middle of, I don't know, maybe I've definitely had like over 10 eye surgeries. This was back in 2018 and 2019. And I was at Portland State getting my degree in marketing. And I was driving around, I was legally blind before. Now I have better vision with complications. But in the middle of the eye surgeries, I was like blind in one eye that I just had surgery on and still legally blind in the other. I'm trying to drive around and I'm just kind of miserable waiting to be picked up in the rain. And a woman walked by me and complimented my shoes. And I never really got compliments like ever. I still remember that. It was like one of the first compliments I ever got. And I was, all the way in college. I'll never forget it. She didn't have to do that at all. But I'll never forget. Just took 2 seconds. She kept walking. Then I just stopped. Just said, "Hey man, I like your shoes." Kept going. I'll never forget it because I was so
She'll
low.
never know what she did.
I know. Yeah. So what I do now all the time, based on what you're talking about, is anytime I think of a compliment for someone, I make sure I say it. And I used to be afraid of the awkwardness or feeling weird or creepy or whatever. I just like, "Hey, I really like this about you. I like this about you." And you get used to it. I'm like, why wouldn't I want to spread kindness? And I've taken it to the point now of like, I was at a grocery store and I saw some flowers and a voice in my head was like, "Buy the flowers, give them out to people." Just very direct. And I would used to get thoughts like that too, but I would always be like, "Oh, it's gonna be so awkward and weird. I'm just gonna give out flowers to people. That would be, I can't do that." And I've just hit the point in my life where I'm like, "Fuck it." So I bought the flowers and I just gave them out to women, old, young, all over the place. Didn't matter. I just said, "I hope you have a great day." And a lot of people just couldn't believe it. Some people like started weeping just because they don't. And I do it like every Saturday now. I'll just go get some flowers at the grocery store and I'll give them
Oh
out
my
to random
gosh.
people. And I'll just say, things are going to get better if they tell me, open up, something's going on. And just kindness is so important. And, again, Christ talks a lot about that. And I'm like, he's just spot on about everything. It's just, but a lot of people don't do it. They say they're Christians, but they don't practice any of this stuff. Like, actually do it. And it feels so good. It feels so good. And, I have family members who tell me, like, "Michael, you're wasting money on spending flowers, on giving them out to people." I'm like, you don't understand. Like, it feels good, but also I'm going to be that possibility for someone to know good things happen. It's not all bad. There's a possibility of random acts of kindness instead of just getting cancer or a hurricane destroying your house or whatever. And if I can be that, why wouldn't I be that? I have the free will to do that. What am I going to use my free will to hoard my money and resources forever for nothing? To me, that's worth more than anything. What are flowers? $12, $15? What am I going to go buy? Like some crackers and shit? I'd rather do that. It's nice and fun. And anyways.
No, you're the reason. You don't even, just like that woman who's complimented your shoes probably doesn't even know how much that impacted you. You could have easily set someone's life on a different trajectory by giving them that flower, especially the person who cried. Like, the people who cried, they'll never forget that. And one thing I like to talk about all the time in my videos too is invisible percentages, invisible like masses of energy, potential energy that is around us at all times, and we just don't see it, man. There does exist a value. Like there is a value for the amount of times you've breathed in and out. There's a value for the amount, like the percentage chance that a plane's gonna fly into your house right now. It's like 0.01, 0.02. Then the plane as it's approaching, it's like 9%, 8, 7, 6, 5, and it goes down. But there
On
also
9/11,
is,
the percentage goes a little higher, but
yeah, okay.
yeah,
it's a lot higher on that.
it's a lot higher on 9/11.
But it's never quite zero, right? Like those type of things. And then the same thing, like that's what brings you hope in those times of darkness. Like, what is the chance that I get out of this? What are the chances that I'll be okay here? It's not quite zero, man, and it's probably a lot higher than you even realize. And that happiness, like when you give out that flower, the mass of potential energy you're tapping into when you're changing people's lives on that regard, and it's like, well, then the money's wasted. In my opinion, just the way nature despises a void, like where there's nothing, like an exchange happens and energy doesn't transfer equivalently back and forth. It doesn't really happen. And so it is just true that when you give and you do something like that for somebody, it will find its way back to you. It's a law. And so nature hates a void. You're not going to give that out and then never see anything back from it. Every single time I do something like that, it comes, but it has to be from the heart, not with the expectation of it, like doing something like that. But like, because that's nefarious. Authentic, like when you just had the thought and you're like, I'm going to do this. It finds its way back to you because you're facilitating an exchange, whether or not you intend to. And so that money's not wasted. And to me, it's invested. It's multiplied.
Mm-hmm. It's almost investing in. I mean, you literally feel like your heart's, at least for me, like I feel like my heart's expanding. I feel like I'm less captured by. Because I don't hate anything, but I'm saying like I'm less captured by. If you want to be spiritual about it, like low vibrations, like it raises your vibe. Like you feel better. And also I think about this too, like, you know, you've heard of the butterfly effect. Like if you went back in time and you moved, a rock, then the whole world changes. People believe it only means like if you go back in time and do something, the whole world would change. What if you did it now? Like what if you have a butterfly moment right now, make a different decision, which kind of goes back to like identity shifting and shifting your perspective and going out of character and doing something you wouldn't normally do. Normal old Michael wouldn't have given away those flowers because he was like, that would be awkward and weird, and I'm gonna roll up to him and be like, here's a flower. But like new Michael, I'm just confident, like, hey, you know what? I'm just giving out flowers today, and I thought you could, have one. Here you go. And some people actually reject it. Some people can't believe that someone would do an act of kindness like that. I'll get a lot of rejections. I'd say like 15 to 20% people won't take it. And usually it's from a certain generation, like I'd say 60s, like 50s to 60s, because they're just kind of conditioned, like my parents' generation are just kind of like boomers and Gen X, just are kind of conditioned like nothing good can happen. What did you say?
I say, yeah, they'll be like, oh no, I'm good. Like, I don't know what's happening here. Like, what is this?
I've tried to give away a free lottery ticket to someone who was right next to the lottery machine, and he wouldn't take it. I'm like, I just got out of the machine. You saw it. He's like, I don't trust it. So, and that to me taught me a valuable lesson about programming. That person's so programmed to not receive things that they couldn't take something they visually saw come out of the machine. They said, I don't trust it. So a lot of the times when you're doing stuff like this, acts of kindness, you're learning lessons about how people operate, and you can use that on yourself and improve yourself from those lessons.
For damn sure. Yeah. And it's an amazing example of what he's probably doing. And not to say anything bad about him. I'm sure he's an amazing guy. But that's an example of what he may be doing in a lot. Because if in that dramatic example of receiving, you can't. You know what I mean? You can't receive. Imagine what you're doing on the smaller scale to everything. Everything that's something that could be improving your life, that could be getting to you. Somebody could be offering you help that will change everything. Somebody could be trying to give you a little bit of love that could change everything. And if you're rejecting that, then that goes a lot deeper.
Yeah, free $2 lottery ticket. If you're rejecting that, you're not going to be able to accept love or anything like that ever. And it's just a terrible existence. And I found, I'm sure you found this too, that keeping your heart closed off out of fear is, you can't experience joy. You're protecting yourself from the lower lows, but that means you don't get to experience the higher highs. And yeah, it's more painful when your heart's fully open and you experience a low and a betrayal or some loss. But when you're at a higher high, I mean, you really feel that goodness and that love. And you almost learn to love the lows, like you've talked about, when you're at a low, because you're going to go back up to a high, and it's just a lesson that you're learning for a better tomorrow.
Dude. Oh my gosh, it's the exact same thing. I recently had another one of those. I'm currently dating, so ladies look out. No, I'm kidding. But I was out at a karaoke night the other night, and there was this like sparks moment that I had with somebody, and we were like, and of course I'm just sitting here like not talking to anybody. I've been not really putting myself out there. And then we get up and we do this like duet on stage. We just met. We do this like amazing duet on stage at this venue, and everybody's like clapping it. We had a good time, and we talked a lot after, and like I felt amazing. Like I felt the best I've had in a long time. And then we didn't end up working out. Like we didn't talk beyond that. But it proved to me. So I got sad about that because I was like, man, I should have like pursued that. I should have tried to do more with that. But I was like, holy shit. You see what this means though? This means that I'm capable of feeling those things. I'm capable of experiencing that. And so it's really just a matter of time. You felt the possibility.
Yes. Knowing it's a possibility is so important.
Gosh, I hope she never sees this, but
oh, yeah.
But yes, absolutely.
Okay. Are you good on time? I know we've kind of gone a while.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm completely good. All the rest of the stuff is normal chores, so we'll go on your time.
Cool. Let's see here. Do you think there's a purpose of why some people would stay asleep rather than waking up? Yeah. Do you think it's like predestined for some people to always kind of stay asleep? Or I think we're entering an era personally where everyone has to wake up. Where there's not, it's going to be interesting seeing like no more NPCs. That'll be interesting.
That's going to be an interesting thing to experience.
A fully conscious world. But at least, let's say for the past, do you think there was a reason why some people were awake and others were kept asleep? Like who do you think would be determining that? God? Your higher self? What do you think?
Yeah, I believe the all. So like, and that's kind of how I reference everything. A lot of people, when I say the all, just kind of translate that to whatever God means for you. So basically like if you were to go to sleep and in your dream, you're experiencing all those people, all those things, those cars, trees moving, everything. To you, that is the all. And so like everyone in there doesn't really have like a perception of you being awake and like when you're out in the world and all that stuff. They don't see that entire smaller world is a reflection of what you've experienced outside. Like they don't really get that whole part, but they're all you. And so that's what I believe is in a similar way. And so I believe people being asleep is a natural part of all this, and I believe that we're all asleep to certain degrees at all times. I'm very much asleep to many things in my life right now, and I think.
Right,
but
like
the nature,
sorry to cut you off, but like
no, go ahead.
We would be the NPC to a more awake individual. That's true. That's true.
Just knocked
it's all
out, you know what
perspective.
I mean?
Yeah.
And like, yeah, because varying degrees of waking up. And like, so some people are well into their spiritual journey. They just have no idea about spirit. Like no one's here talking about it. We are people who are more vocal and looking for these types of things and seeing it. But there's somebody in some other world, another place that doesn't have any conception of a phone and like, but they have been going through barrier after barrier, breaking through their spiritual journey, doing that type of thing. I do think that it's natural we're going to have people like that don't want to. I think there's a great faculty in remaining asleep because when you first wake up, man, and you can't really go back. I will say that. So once it hits, man, like you're kind of in.
Well, it's kind of like in the Matrix, like that one guy who wanted to go back in, Cypher or whoever it was. Do you remember that? Yeah. Because he was awake and he hated it and he wanted to go back in, betrayed everyone. So yeah, no, some people, probably just want to stay asleep. And go to like Taylor Swift concerts.
Yeah, man, they're amazing, bro. You got to go there. It's a spiritual experience in itself.
Oh, God.
No, have you seen, there's this show where it's a bunch of independent artists on Netflix. It's called, this sounds like I'm pitching the show. It's an old show, though, so I'm not sure. Love, Death, and Robots. Have you seen any of that?
Yeah, I loved them. Really good.
Oh my gosh. It's so there's this
Definitely.
one that's an amazing example of exactly what we're kind of saying here, where the guy, remember he's like in a space like station and for some reason they've crashed their ship and like he's being woken up by like one of his previous lovers and she's like talking to him like, "Oh yeah, we crashed. You ended up in this sector." And she's like, "Come on." And like he like has an amazing time reconnecting with her and then like things just start to not make sense. And he's like, "No, no. Me and her split years ago. She wouldn't know this or it's something." And then basically he's like, "Who are you?" Because he knows, like he's holding. She's just like,
Hmm.
you. I shown you a bunch of times. We always do this. I don't want to do this." He's like, "No, I need to know the truth." And she pulls down the illusion, and he is laying there, an emaciated, near skeleton, plugged into a machine, and the whole world has shattered around him, and he's on the verge of death. And then the next scene is him waking up in that bed again, probably having chosen to go back under. And
Hmm.
so I think a lot of times it is it for a lot of people. And a lot of times you will be woken up at the right time because a poorly timed spiritual awakening, which I don't think will ever happen because there's greater things at work. But if there was a poorly timed spiritual awakening, it could very likely destroy us. Awful, awful thing. You got to be ready.
That's the thing, but you're never ready. You
Never.
know, you at least you don't feel ready. Maybe you are ready, and that's why you have it. But like, you don't feel ready. You think you're gonna die, and you're going crazy. That's what you feel like every time. And then
The
you
whole
find out
time.
that's what other people feel like. That's so relieving. So that's why I'm saying it, and you're saying it. Because like, if you're going through one right now, you're not crazy.
You're not crazy.
Like the first time I heard someone else say that, I'm like, oh God, oh my God, you know. Um, yeah, on your channel, you have discussed desire acquisition. How can you tell what is a false desire versus an authentic desire?
Oh man, what a treat for anybody watching, man. I'm telling you, this stuff right here changed my life, and this will change anybody's. Even Michael, you've been talking about it here too. I think you've done an amazing job in your own life of seeing what you actually want and then doing the things that line up with it. And in the same way, so desire acquisition, the reason I think it's a subject on its own that needs to be focused on is because of how easy it is to fall asleep in daily life when you're looking for shiny things. You want the nice new car and the nice new house. And even if you have to work the job that makes you feel like a slave, it's worth it so you can have the shiny items. And that's not your direct experience is actually awful. You know what I mean? You're not having fun. You hate that job. You hate like, and then you're not even like you're driving the car 15 minutes to the job. It's never reaching its potential of speed or braking power, right? And so I think that desire acquisition is incredibly important because it puts in the forefront the very first thing, which is your desire. What do you actually want? Stop just chasing things that are shiny like a goldfish at the bottom of the sea. There's other things that you could potentially want. And it's usually not something physical. It usually comes down to a few things, and the ones I'll immediately point to are abundance. Most people want to know that. They want to know unconditional love, or they want to know. I think no, those are the main two. There's another one though. If someone can comment that or something, but basically, I have those main two ones: abundance and unconditional love. Which really, a lot of it just comes back to unconditional love. You want to know like that in all circumstances, and it's like it's so much deeper than we can even really realize. I've learned it in a very deep way, even after like being insanely betrayed, and in a very painful and public way, how you can still want the best for somebody. You can kind of see from their perspective why they would behave so heinously towards someone else, and you're like, wow, like that taught me that my love is so much deeper than that I want something from you or that I want you to change. I see a lot more like when I love someone, and hopefully when I find my wife, I can express this to her, is that you're like a flower and or not even just a flower, just like something that grows. And I don't want to place you in wherever spot in my room or in my house that I want to see you. I want to experience you where you are, where you thrive the most. And if that's next to me, amazing. Like if I can be near that all the time, amazing. But if for some reason you're wilting in my presence, I'm willing to walk away. And I think unconditional love is understanding that it doesn't have to be the way you desire it. It can come in so many forms. Unconditional love can be one of the most painful things you can experience. It's not just about like feeling good. It's a very like when you really want somebody to be near you and they can't. It's like this gravity. John Mayer talks about it in that song where he says the moon has a grip on the sea, and it's just like that. Or it's like this intangible
Huh.
pull. it's
Interesting.
huge. And I
That's an
feel that. I
interesting
feel
way to
that.
put it. Wow. That's a good metaphor. Yeah. We're also getting a second moon now. I wonder how that's going to affect the.
Was that a thing? Have I missed that? What is that?
It happened, I think, today or yesterday.
What?
Yeah, we have a second moon now.
How did I miss that news? You see, I'm not on the internet too much. Huh?
Yeah. So yeah, for me, I was thinking like when you say the shiny objects and stuff like that, would you say that's more like logical versus from your heart? You know,
Yes.
you're like, I want the good job, I want the shiny fast car, I want the beautiful girl, and that you're not really feeling with your heart, right? Like in my experience, I've experienced a lot of isolation in my life, a lot. And when you're going through that, you kind of feel like it's a curse, right? Like Carl Jung would talk about, like people will do anything to avoid facing their own soul. And I personally, I'm sure you had to during your awakening as well. You have to face your own soul and confront your heart. And that's where I found my true desires. And again, it goes back to unconditional love. That's truly what it is. It's just about love. It all stems from that. And I heard someone put it like this, that the devil is logic and being unreasonable, or I'm sure there's a better word for it, is God. God is like delusional, right? God is like, I believe that I can be loved, even if you feel like you couldn't from your programming. Logical might tell you like, my parents abused me, or my friend, I don't have too many friends, or I'm in a certain situation. I can't get out of it logically, right? This doesn't make sense. I can't get out of it logically. But love, the hope in being loved, being delusional, like, I think this is possible, right? Just like you said earlier about the possibility of the quantum field, like just understanding, I think this is possible, is so important. And I think you can only feel that with your heart. And your heart literally, have you heard this? Like your heart has neurons, like has a brain. It literally has, right? Most people don't know that. Your heart actually has a brain. So
It's an incredibly complex system, and I completely agree that you follow that more than, because the logic is very sound. It's hard to put it away, because like a lot of times you'll look and the situation is dire. Just straight up, your mind just says, "Look, man, I know you want to be a music major, but look, we need money, and statistically, that doesn't work out for us. Like we should probably go into IT." But what you don't know, like there's things outside of what we know, and I hate to even get woo about it, because a lot of times people, like, they'll check out when you say stuff. That's why I take a bit more of a scientific approach to my experimentation in life engineering, is because I find that it helps people in the middle area who aren't that willing to go into the complete woodness of it, to
100%.
look at it from a much more scientific perspective, to like actually experiment. Don't just believe me. I'm not saying try none. I don't have a manifestation course yet, that you can get. You know what I mean? Like. So it's nothing to buy. Like, just try and see. And that's why I can be confident in saying that, because I know if you just look and literally write down and conduct an experiment, the synchronicities are going to happen, and you're just going to be like, oh, okay, there is something to this. Because the more logical you are, the more you will see, and you will notice those synchronicities, and you can't ignore them. You'll just be like, I can't ignore that. And so if you follow your heart, like you were saying, so fear, in my opinion, is what, like, that center that closes down the solar plexus, and that's when you start limiting yourself. You cut off possibilities. You live in the past rather than right now. And so to open that up, come back to the present moment. Not what's going to happen tomorrow. Not what could happen. Not what happened yesterday. Exactly right now. The tingle of your body, the feeling of the air, the way whatever taste you have in your mouth right now. Now. And now from here, what's wrong? And then from there, like you're saying, love is the compass to your best lifeline, to the lifeline of best fit for you. You will, if you follow love, it will guide you to something that you probably can't even, like, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't even put it into words.
And when you are present like that, like you talked about earlier about attention and presence, like you're bringing that energy, your attention back to the present moment. And then you can actually feel, and I think, like, when you talk about the quantum field and possibilities, you can actually focus from the present moment on what you truly desire. But if you're focused on other stuff and your energy spread out everywhere else about what you worry about or what you're stuck on in the past, and having anxiety by the future. You're all over the place. But if you're present, you collapse it all back to the middle on you. And then you can direct the sunlight with the magnifying glass of your consciousness.
Oh my gosh, you are so good with that. Yeah, absolutely. And one last thing I want to put in there is that the shiny things, I don't mean to say don't go for them. I think desire acquisition is incredibly important. If you really feel like you need that damn Lamborghini, go for it. I mean that. I just think that probably what's actually happening, logically, that you have ascertained that when I have the Lamborghini, I will be enough for unconditional love. When I have the house, I will then be enough to meet the woman I want to meet. When I have the nice job, then my parents will know I'm enough and they can love me. You're just seeking the love, truly. And a lot of times those things are just totems. You're using them for that purpose. But I do think you should get it, because once you get it and you see that it doesn't change the way you feel inside, now you have to continue searching. And so we can at least wipe it off the chalkboard as the thing.
Right. And really, you can't, unless you have to be it first, right? You have to embody, and like you can only love someone as much as you already love yourself, right? So unless you, and that's, again, it goes back to the law of attraction, like you attract what you are. And if you're not a loving, kind person, you're not going to be able to be in a relationship with one, because if they love themselves and are kind to themselves, they're not going to always take it from you. They're going to realize, love is as generous as it is fierce, in my opinion. And you're like, now that I love myself, I don't allow myself to be treated like shit anymore. And I find that I'm a very kind man. I keep my heart open and I do my best to be respectful and loving to everyone. But I also don't take shit anymore either. I just don't, I'm not going to tolerate it. So I'm going to tell you my advice and be kind to you and wish you the best, but I'm not going to allow you to be shitty towards me either.
Absolutely.
So
love, fierce. Just like the way you put it is the best way. Love isn't always going to come out, man, like that I'm going to be trying to hug you. If I see you doing something that's, completely harmful to you or somebody you love or somebody I love, the love in that situation, I know somewhere in the other person who's doing the harmful thing that you know what's best here too. And so like it's even more loving of me to sit myself like a stake in a wave in the love in that moment and be like, hey, like that's not okay. Like when I see like one of my friends having a hard time with drugs, I'll just come out and say it. And he kind of expected me to like be okay with it, like to just like let him continue down that path and not say anything. And I'm like, I know what's down that drug path and there's nothing there. And I'm just going to tell you that right now. And so when you start seeing those things pop up, because I know I can't stop you, but I can't love you and let you walk into fire with your feet bare. You know what I mean? I'm going to tell you first, but also you're completely free. Do what you wish. I prefer you to not suffer. But if that's what you need for your greatest like expression of yourself, then I'm more than willing to be here when you get out of it.
I actually had the same experience with a friend pretty recently. And we went out to breakfast together, and he was not in good shape. And he started kind of crying. First time I've ever seen him cry. It was in the middle of a cafe too. And he looked at me and he said, Michael, you're the only person I can talk to and not have to like feel like I'm putting on a show for. I'm sure your friend kind of felt the same way. Like they just feel like they're not going to be judged, which is so rare. And I think after a spiritual awakening, you kind of understand that most people are just operating from a program, and that's why you shouldn't judge them. That's where they're coming from. They're not fully conscious of themselves yet. So you allow space for them, right? I'm sure you did that for your friend. And when you allow them to have space and they don't feel judged, they just kind of let it all out. And he said, Michael, you've been through more than anything I've ever seen. He told me like a couple of years ago, he didn't mean it in a bad way. A couple people have told me this. Like if I was in your situation, Michael, I'd probably have killed myself by now. I just couldn't do it. And at the time, I was going through the spiritual awakening and I kind of wanted to as well. It's a lot in the middle of dying and all that stuff. And I'm like, how much more can I take, So hearing that was just like another level of like, should I?
Yeah. No, gosh. I'm glad you're here. I think it's a normal part of it too. Not normal, but like it's a big part of it. Like sometimes, like when you're tested really heavily, like I think a failure point's a big part of a test. Like what are we testing? We're trying to see, is that failure point here?
Right. But he was just telling me like, you're the only one I've seen who actually seems happy right now. I am, all of my friends I hang out with, and they all drink and kind of do drugs and stuff. He's like, just no one I know is happy. And after all the shit you've been through, you're sitting here smiling with me, listening to me and being kind to me, and not judging me for all the things I'm telling you. He's like, how? Just how are, he couldn't believe it. And I said, just listen. I said his name, and I'm like, things can get better, but you just don't go down this road. Don't make these same choices. I told him, like, if you want a different result, you need to change your character, like in a video game. Shift your identity, shift your perspective on things. You have all these lessons you just learned. You can have a different result. Like, you're not stuck in the now. Like, you can have infinite other nows, right, that are coming ahead of you. Like, you still have a fully working body. Focus on what the good things you still have. It's sad when you see someone caught in that spiral of drugs and alcohol and the addiction and the limiting beliefs and the programming. Even if they have like all the resources they need, they just, within themselves, they're fighting that battle. And it is kind of sad, but you have faith for them, right? You have faith.
I do think it's a powerful thing to have good expectations for others. That's something I often do. Is I'll like look at somebody in a bad spot, and I'll see that, and I'll be like, and I'll almost in a way like visualize for them. Like, I'll see like if they're having a really hard time with their relationship, I'll like kind of just see like, well, what would it look like if they were in a harmonious relationship? I wonder, and I'll kind of like see that potential. And I've often noticed that for me anyway, I feel like it does have an effect, at least on the way I interact with them. And like you said, like being open, people feel that type of stuff. I'm sure not everyone can put a word on it, but like they can feel when somebody when you're like being rude in your mind. I don't know. It's like there's like an energy about it. But when you're open and you're talking and you're sharing, kind of like we are now, and there's like this flow, you can really change somebody's entire life because they'll start to, at least their experience with you, when they're around you. I have a couple people like that. They'll feel free, and parts of themselves that have been stuck will start to be kind of pushed out as their consciousness flows by it in the conversations with you. Didn't mean to go off on a side tangent there, but I think it's great what you did for him.
Sorry, you did cut out there for a second, but I think it fixed.
Oh, yeah, no, so I didn't mean to go off on a side tangent there, but I think it's awesome what you did for him.
How would you define wholeness, and why is it important when manifesting one's desired life?
I'd like to hear your perspective on this too. But for me, wholeness is knowing the truth. And that's sounds kind of esoteric and wishy-washy. So let me explain. But wholeness, it is the truth. It's just the knowledge that everything that you desire, all the things that you need, are here now. You have everything you need, and any apparent lack is something you've created. Just it's in your own experience. All defeats until death are purely psychological. And
I love that quote. I've heard that one too.
Me too. Ever since I heard that, it's changed everything for me. And I hopefully anyone
100%.
here is listening, take that with you. Like, that's a big one. And it's the same thing with like your defeats and like the apparent lack around you. Always people feel like you're always chasing something. If you kind of feel in your right beneath your chest or around your heart area, you always feel like there's something wrong. I need to fix something. There's something wrong. There's like this sense of, I don't know what it is, but I need to get it, the degree, the car, the money. You're doing that. If you could just stop for a moment and understand that since your body and your essence has the capability to feel that it has all of those things, then it has to have everything it needs to be whole now. And so it is whole. You are whole. You have everything now. And the reason that's important to know is because I'm not saying to delude yourself. I'm not saying to pretend that you're not hungry sometimes, not to pretend that you have enough money when you don't and stop going to your job. What I am saying is, if what I've experienced is true, which is that the internal is what comes first and the outside is a reflection, by feeling whole, you will start to feel conditions of wholeness outside of you as well. You'll start to see it popping up because you first reflected it inside of yourself, and then the outside will mirror it back to you. But as long as you keep chasing an essence of lack, all you can do is create more lack. And that's why
Oh, hold on.
to
It
he
cut
that
out again.
hath. Oh, go ahead.
So, it cut out again.
I'm cutting.
Oh, God.
They don't want this knowledge out there,
Loose
Michael.
cord? I really don't know why it's
It
happening.
might be
bro.
me. It has
No,
to
it's
be.
like saying that my inputs on my computer are like switching in and out
Oh.
for the mics. I'm so sorry, dude.
No, it's completely fine. Listen, I'm flowing, man. I'm having a great time.
Okay. I think we're back. We're back. Okay.
But so I think part of religion has this pinned down, that the idea of feeling wholeness first, and then the world kind of lines up. They say it, if you just start doing research and kind of hearing the things that we're saying here in the podcast, and just do your own research and look, you'll start to see it in literally every religion. All like these spiritual texts and everything, they're saying the same thing. And in Christianity, I was a Christian before all of this, it says, to he that hath, all shall be given, and to he that hath not, all shall be taken away. And at first, that sounds very cruel and awful, and like, dang, what an awful thing like that is. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. It's not what it's saying, if you really look at it. To he that hath already, all shall be given, because he already has the wholeness, the fulfillment. So his world can only reflect what he is. And then, of course, now that he's placing his attention on the fullness and the wholeness, the law of attention states, that will be more in his life. He'll see more examples of that. But to he that hath not, what is he focusing on? That he doesn't have. And so what can be reflected to him? That he's losing things. Things are going away. And so the way you can circumvent this entire process, and it's the most simple thing, but I, for the love of me, can't get people to do it. If you just try it, the things that will happen, gratitude. And it sounds simple. People usually leave when I talk about it, humility and gratitude. But with gratitude, it's seeing right in front of you, because the things that are most important, this is from one of my favorite songs, an anime song, but it's like, it describes it the best I've ever seen. And it says that the things that are closest to you are the things you will often not pay attention to. The things that are most important are usually the ones that have no form. And whether you obtain it or lose it, you usually don't notice. But once you notice, you're pretty shaken up by it. And so the things that are close, like the breath, when we breathe, and we're not grateful for it, man. But let me tell you, a man that's had his head underwater for a couple of minutes, the way he feels about that breath, you know what I'm saying? That's how we should feel about every single one. That's the true value of a breath. The true value of a breath, you can only feel it when it's been removed, though. When you don't have the option anymore, like, oh, I see. And a lot of people, they'll, like, I, for one, I'll be first to admit this. In my previous relationship, I took my ex-girlfriend for granted. And that's very personal to say, but I don't mind saying it here. And by that, I don't mean that I was like mean to her or anything, but mostly it was just that I just wasn't appreciative of how much my life was added to by having the presence of somebody harmonious. And so I wasn't as grateful for it. But only now that I've experienced loneliness to a large degree, can I really appreciate what it means to have somebody's company who is awake and present and knows me. Like, that's one of the biggest things I have a desire journal that I write in. One of my current desires is to be known. I want someone to really know me and to not turn away when they see the ugly
And
parts.
to care to know you too. They desire to know you. Yeah.
That's beautiful. What else is like, when you feel that, it's that somebody's like, I want to know, like, oh, they're asking you like really good questions like you're doing right now. They're listening intently, and then you're doing the same thing. It has to be a connection, like a Duracell, like two batteries. Like, when you do it too, this thing, a third consciousness is created, and that is deep love. And like,
see, that's why I think the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is too. Like when two people, male and female, come together, and you form the new, like, higher consciousness, like a unity consciousness, right? And also when you have a triangle, then you have a circle. It forms a circle. You know what I mean? You can draw a circle around a triangle. Yeah.
I'm writing that down because I've never drawn that connection, and it makes complete sense.
I've been thinking about that a
dude.
lot recently.
And the triangle and a circle. Yeah. Oh my God.
But like, yeah, personally for me, I know, like, I tell people, because I still get the whole thing where people feel bad for me or whatever. And sometimes it's to a point where they're, patronizing, like looking down on me, like feeling, that whole thing. But I try and tell them, like, actually, after everything I've gone through, I realize now, like going through it was hell. Like I feel like if I chose this life, I put myself in my own personal hell because I went through like being born with all of your joints dislocated. Like I have Marfan syndrome, which is like a connective tissue disorder. When I was born, they told me I had the worst case at that time in the world in 1998. And so it's progressive and just like it affects everything because connective tissues and everything. So I've had surgeries on pretty much every part of my body. And when you go through hell, like you talked about gratitude, I am now given the gift of I get to be grateful for everything because I've had nothing. I've had pretty much some of the worst experiences a person could have that I would deem. I mean, maybe because I focused on it, I had to experience it. Like I was always scared of having eye surgery because I used to have these thick, like bulletproof glasses because I was legally blind until I was 20. So I could see somewhat, and that was just normal to me. So I had no idea what real vision was. But I always had like these big, thick glasses protecting my eyes. And doing eye drops or something at the eye doctor would be my worst nightmare. I hated them. I would flinch and that was the one thing I couldn't do. I've been cut open tons of times and like I got used to that early. But like eye drops, couldn't do them. And now I've had about like 12 or more eye surgeries. So, and now I can see I can actually see 2015 now. See better than 2020.
That's that's better than perfect. Like,
I see 3 of everything though because of other complications, which is a whole nother experience. But I can see you, which is insane to me. But so I get to be grateful for that thing. So I tell people like, I had the perspective of, yeah, all those terrible things happened to me, but now I get the gift for the rest of my life, maybe for all of existence after my soul's gone from this world. I get to know what it's like to be grateful for everything. Again, perspective. It's all perspective, what you put your focus and attention on. Even just wearing a suit right now. I always liked wearing suits. I always wanted to wear a suit. And I never got to wear one growing up. And when I got to the age where I could go get one myself, like I went to Nordstrom's and they told me, we're not going to make one for you. And I'm like, what? And we're not going to tailor one for you. And I said, why not? They're just like, because it would be impossible. Look at you. Like very rude. And I'm like, cool, thanks. And I went to some other places and they all told me, no, we can't, you can't wear a suit with your body. I'm like, thanks. And I finally found a place called Indochino at the mall. And the people are very kind, overly kind to me. I even got a couple free suits. I feel like maybe I manifested it. I don't know. And so I have all these cool suits and yeah. And I appreciate the shit out of them. I absolutely love them. And it's harder for me to get dressed and stuff, but I still do it. I still go through the effort. And I'll go around in a suit like this. I'll buy flowers and give them out to random strangers. And they look at me like I'm like something they've never seen before. Because most handicapped people, it's hard to put on a suit and a chair. That's very hard.
I can only imagine, dude. I can't do it standing up.
What?
I said, I can't do it standing up. I'll be trying to put on the suit, man. I got the thing on backwards. I'm like...
It's challenging. But I'm grateful I get to try. Like even a year ago, I was living in a very not good conditions, I'd say. I was at my mom's house and it's 2 stories. I'd have to get out of my chair downstairs and climb up 2 flights of steps on my knees every day for the past 25 years. So I finally got to move out and be independent. And I remember I was begging to God, just for the opportunity to try to live on my own, to not have to climb up 2 flights of steps anymore, to be able to wear some nice clothes finally and shit like that. And now I'm literally I'm in my dream. I'm in my dream right now with my dream setup that I wanted since I was a kid. It all literally happened. I'm amazed every day at it.
That gratitude, that acknowledgement that it was a possibility, and the fact that you kept your attention, I feel like, on those things I think that's it's only natural that it came to you. And then also the suits aren't cheap, and you got some of them for free. Like that's sick, man. I've
got like 2 or 3 of them now for free.
That's sick. Come on. Yeah. People, I will say, it's not the same situation. I was with my family for a while too, but I just recently moved out on my own too. One of my biggest things I wanted was to live on my own in some city and to try. And like you said, when you said to try, it hit something in me, because that's really what, like, that proves the gratitude to me. Like, I don't even care. Like, I want the opportunity to try it out. I want to feel it and to see. And people sometimes, like, I'll ask, like, hey, a great memory, what's your favorite memory you've ever had? And they'll be like, well, what if I have no memories I like at all, and I'm just completely messed up and upset all the time? And I'm like, well, then that's your actual problem. It's not that you don't have any, it's that even if you did, you wouldn't be able to see it. And because I didn't say you didn't have any good ones, I just said, what's your favorite amongst them? If they're, you know what I mean? Like, of the three that, like, terrible ones you have, like, there's got to be one that's, like, at least stands out a little bit. And so what that shows me is a lack of gratitude. And I'm not saying that, like, the situation hasn't been awful. That can often comes off of like, because of course I'm completely ignorant to the suffering of others. There can be entire amounts of suffering that I have no idea about. Like, yes, maybe if I'd gone through it, I would feel the same way. But what I am saying is that there is something in that awareness. If you're really honest about it and you tell the truth about it, there's something there you could be grateful for. And now what I'm saying is, once you shine to see
cut out again.
that oftentimes you are living in the dream. You're living in a previous wish. And oh my gosh, the feeling when you feel that, like, you just brought it to my awareness. I am living in one of my previous wishes as we speak. This is
Right.
insane.
Yeah. And it's good to keep that perspective, like, right when you wake up, just to be, I'm excited to try. You're here again, you get another day, you get to be excited to try, and you get to be the creator of your life now, because you know the possibility. You've done it before, you can do it again. And I have I have a hanger, like, rack in my room by my bed, and I get to fall asleep and I get to look at my suits on the rack. And I'm doing something I was told by everyone I would never be able to do. Looking at the clothes people told me, who are professionals, that I would never be able to wear. And it's just, what I mean? It's it's cool. And I'm glad
logic.
that's a good way to put it. Gratitude defies logic. Gratitude, love, all the best things in life they elevate time and logic. They you literally have a high vibe. It raises your vibration when you go into the state of gratitude. Let's see here. What's the difference between the shadow self and higher self?
Ooh, yeah. Oh man. Really, it's hard too, because I feel like with the shadow self and the higher self, they really kind of work together in tandem. A lot of people, like, want to get rid of their shadow, and they want to get rid of the darker aspects of themselves, and that's one of the main reasons you won't ever do it then. Is because it's part of you. Whether or not you want to acknowledge that, it still doesn't change the fact. It's almost like a law, that it doesn't matter whether or not you're conscious of it. It doesn't matter, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to be subject to it. If you touch electricity when it's high voltage and it's open and free, it doesn't really care that you didn't know that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just going to pass through you to the point of least resistance, and just completely the way it happens. And the same thing with having harder, like, dark aspects of yourself, the shadow self. The shadow self is teaching you, and the higher self is leading you in a way, but also teaching you. And they work in tandem. So I feel like the shadow self is parts of yourself that come from trauma. That's something that was there to protect you, just like in the shadows. And it's protecting you in ways that can be self-sabotaging. It can be painful. But because it's painful, we'll turn away from it and we'll look at it and say, oh, I hate that when my dad talks to me that I get triggered and I say things that I don't mean. I hate that about myself. I just want to stay away from it and never deal with that. But there was a time in your life where that protected you. That might have kept you out of a situation where you might have tried to exit life early. That part might have saved you. And a lot of times that part of you doesn't age. So, like, if you look at a part of yourself that's in a lot of pain, one thing I do is called parts work. And you'll look at that part of yourself and you'll just ask it, like, are there any parts of me that want to hold on to getting triggered when dad talks? And then something will come up. You're like, yeah. And it's like, if you had to guess, just give it a ballpark for your mind, how old do you think that part is? It's rare that you get one that's older than 10. They're usually really young, like a 5-year-old part, a 3-year-old part, a 6-year-old part.
That's when your subconscious in recording mode, taking in all that
Yes.
to keep forever. Yeah.
No, it's exactly it. And so and it took a snapshot because at that time you were forming and it did what it could. And so just imagine the resources that a 6-year-old has, the resources that a 5-year-old has, and like their worldview and their idea of like what they can do. They didn't have a lot of resources. But they did the best they could in that moment. And then that part just stuck around and you never changed it out. You never like knew that there was a better way. So you can kind of talk to that part, and rather than trying to reject it and being like, I don't like you, shadow self, look at it and say, hey, I appreciate you getting me through that time. I appreciate you for everything that you've done so far. I have new resources now. I have new things now. I have new ways. And so if you would be open to trying the new ways, could we do that? And then you can become a part of me. Like you can assimilate. This is an integration. Right. Yes. You can integrate in. This is another thing I learned with Joey Lott online. It was amazing. I'm telling you, it changes so much. And then it'll become integrated into you. And it's, as long as like you actually have to logically do it. Don't try to trick yourself and speak for the part, like whatever logic, like whatever actually comes to your mind. And it might be some dark stuff. Let that come up. And then just say, well, I've got that new way. And I've got new resources and things I can try. And if you'd be willing, could we go forward in the new way? And maybe put behind us that other stuff. And usually it's willing to try. It's willing to try if he'll actually listen. And so I think the shadow self is a collection of those things, of parts like that. And I think the higher self is something that is outside of us, that has a lot more information and a way bigger view of what your true desire is. And it's kind of setting things up for you. That's my view on it. I don't know what yours would be.
Right. And the way you integrate it is by like shining your light on it, right? Because if you turned away from it, your shadow is just going to get bigger. The more you ignore it, the just worse it's going to usually get, and kind of, like you said, like a kid kind of throw a tantrum. But if you, like Carl Jung talks about, what's his quote about, you don't get rid of your darkness. What is the quote? But you make
there is a couple. There's one where, until you make the subconscious conscious, it will control your life and you will call it fate.
I like that one, but there's another one about making the darkness bright. You know the one I'm talking about? He words it just well. His quotes hit hard. He always words them so well.
Carl Jung.
You know the one I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah. What's your best advice on how to like clear up a limiting belief?
I love talking about limiting beliefs because just through awareness alone, you can start to attack them. But to clear a limiting belief, first, I'd say the first step is acknowledgement of it. And limiting beliefs are really only really dangerous when you're not aware of them. It's almost like a kitchen knife. Like it's in your house. Like it's not really a problem to have a kitchen knife. It's usually, there's a great utility in it because you can use it for cutting sushi or cutting things up. But if you're not aware of what it's capable of when you're handling it the first few times, you might get cut, and it's going to have some unintended consequences. And so I think the first step is always awareness. And how do you know that you have a limiting belief? Well, you're probably getting outcomes that you don't prefer in ways that are not like aligned with what your goals have been. And so I think that with a limiting belief, what you're going to want to do to clear it up is first become completely like as aware of it as you can. And so in it, you'll just like start questioning some of the things that you say to yourself, or just your actions. Look at yourself more like an experiment and say, like we talked about earlier, when somebody says, I'm stupid. And so like you'll be hanging out and talking to somebody, and then they'll be like, somebody will say something that you deem intelligent, and you'll say, oh, I would have known that. I mean, I'm an idiot. Pause. Why did you say that? Is that something you actually believe? And then you'll kind of go underneath and, yeah, I do actually. Why? Well, why? And so now when you start asking again and again, you'll start to get deeper and deeper and say, why do you believe you're an idiot? Well, because I can't say things like that person said. It's like, why does that make you an idiot? And say, well, because, and it never gets down to the base rock material because it can't. It's a limiting belief. It's built on sand. And so that's how you'll clear it, is by getting down to the sand. Because if you're, a lot of us, the reason I do think there's a correlation between intelligence quotient and depression. And I think there's a reason for that. And I think that is because when you're really logical, you have a really strong worldview and a really strong like framework for how things work. And so when something is bad that's happening to you, you feel like that you've got this strong framework and still the bad thing's happening. So there really is no hope. But you can get hope by knowing that it's like by getting down and using that logical framework that you have to understand that there's sand underneath of one of these beliefs. you have to go in there and say like, okay, I'm not, don't even say I'm not an idiot, because people who are incredibly logical don't like deluding themselves, but go down and just say, does this objectively make me an idiot? Usually the answer is no. And then say, does that objectively? And then you'll get down. Eventually you'll just be like, oh, well, that's just not true.
Yeah, like I agree that I think it's like proven that like the more intelligent you are, at least higher IQ you are, the more you're prone to depression. And yeah, I think you do spiral because you're not as in tune with your feelings, right? And you can't really deduct why you feel the way you do. You can deduct things in the outer world and be like Sherlock Holmes out there and figure stuff out. But they're not good on going inside themselves in their inner world and asking why they feel the way they do. Yeah. Again, or they're just afraid to. Yeah.
Literally the best example of it I've seen. I'm not sure if you're a Marvel fan. Have you watched the first Doctor Strange?
Yeah, I love it.
Oh my gosh, it's one of my favorites. And that moment, that one I think made me tear up the second time after, like, because I watched it the first time like completely asleep, and after an awakening, I watched it again, and I was like, oh my god, it's perfect. And
I did
when
the
he
same
goes to
thing.
the ancient one, you did. Says, hey, no man can walk into the same river twice, because he's not the same man and it's not the same river. And it's the same thing with movies, man. And so when he goes to her and he's like, oh, how did you do that? It's like a cerebral procedure that you did to get this person walking again. And she tells him like, oh no, it's spirituality. And then he's like, oh my gosh, I came here and you have like a chakras
I see
diagram.
the book of chakras and the yeah.
And then she's like, your intelligence has brought you far, but it will take you no further.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you get into like, when you get into spirituality and stuff, you'll start, that exact thing happens. And that moment when she knocks his soul out, good God. I love that.
And that's what it's like, that's what spiritual awakening is like. You feel like, you literally get torn away from your body kind of like that. I mean, you feel like you've been hit by a train and you died. You feel like you died. Well, part of you did die. Your old self who believed all those limiting beliefs and believed in only logic and not everything's possible when anything is possible. And it's, it's humbling, right, too. Like when you're so logical and you think you're so smart, you have such a big ego, you're not humble enough to understand there's this whole other world out there that you can't see, but you can feel it. And you can visualize it on the inside, but not on the outside. And I mean,
oh my gosh,
even logically, right, there's a whole visual spectrum. We only see like what 0.1% of everything. We see the colors of the rainbow and stuff. Yeah, it's not a lot we see. So even logically, that's why I tell people who are very logical, I'm like, scientifically, we don't see the whole picture at all. Very, very small amount. So I tell them like, you're being arrogant by saying like logically that you can't see all the possibilities. You can't see the microwaves and the radio waves and and then I also tell people like, you're also just energy vibrating at a certain frequency, and that aligns to all these other spiritual esoteric concepts. And I agree, like how you talk about when you're getting people kind of into it and trying to prove you're not crazy, you go the scientific route, and like all these magical things that exist is just science that hasn't been explained yet.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
100%. How can you tell when something is an aligned action toward your manifestation?
I'm sorry, you cut out for the first part. Can you say that one more time?
Oh, I did. Well, actually, I'll ask this one first. What's your favorite method of subconscious reprogramming? Do you ever do any like affirmations or anything like that?
Yeah, I think they're incredibly powerful. One of the problems I think with the manifestation space is how like, it's funny to say it, but like how popularized it's become. And so in that route, it's like it gives certain things and certain practices a bad name. So like affirmations, like when people hear that, they just hear like, I am rich, I am gorgeous, I am everything I want to be. And it's just like a stupid kind of delusional like
It's because of all like the
mindset.
grifters trying to make money off of it, right?
Yes,
And doing the
it's awful.
performance and being annoying and yeah. So annoying.
The one thing I fear to become on TikTok, if you ever see me doing that, just like block my account. But yeah, no, I think that affirmations are incredibly powerful. If you actually know what you're doing, if you actually use it, it's incredibly powerful. It'll change everything. But the problem is a lot of people, just aren't experienced or haven't had the right guidance or leadership into the practice. And so just like I don't think karate is stupid or bad just because somebody taught you how to do a karate chop wrong and you hurt yourself, I don't think that affirmations are stupid just because a lot of times there's people who seek to profit, just plain and simple, and haven't really deeply understood something, and they see like something that's largely belief and faith based, and they see a way they can cash out. And it's not just that. I think also just the operation, it takes practice, as all good things do. And so affirmations is one of my first things. But really it's the inner world. So like seeing the inner talking, it's not just what you say outside. That's a good way to do it too. But inside, when there's a certain belief, like a certain situation, acknowledging that the situation is what it is, and then being able to almost like you're separated from your body or experience, see it from a different perspective, and then speak the love and the things that you want into it. And maybe not going for, if you're feeling like if you're homeless on the side of the street and everything's messed up for you right now, not going for I'm rich and abundant and whole. Maybe don't go for that one yet. Like it might be hard. If it feels like a lie, then it's messed up. But it has to have an openness, and you'll feel it in your solar plexus where you could say, I have something, and you don't have to say I have enough, but I can feel good. I can receive those things. And then now you've shifted from the worst thing, which is like that I have nothing, I've lost all, blah, blah. You just slightly shifted above. The parts integration, I would consider subconscious work as well, where you speak to different parts of yourself. I've had some experience with tapping, the EFT, but I don't do that often enough to really speak to the direct benefits. I would say though, for me, the benefits comes from affirmation, and journaling is huge. I don't know if anybody else has really experienced. I know you journal from what we've talked about, but journaling, 10 out of 10. Like I don't know what else to say about it. You can't go wrong.
100%. And also, I noticed when I first started doing affirmations, like you feel retarded, like you feel stupid.
100%.
So stupid. And like looking in the mirror, saying that stuff. And I don't know about you, but like I started questioning myself, being like, why do I feel stupid telling myself? Just like I remember the first time I said I love myself in the mirror, I'm like, why does that feel weird? Why? And you start questioning like, oh, I've been conditioned. I've been conditioned to feel like loving yourself is not a good thing, and you're arrogant. One of my biggest fears, because of my upbringing and being criticized constantly and didn't have the best, but was always seeming arrogant. I never wanted to be arrogant because I never felt arrogant. But if I ever spoke about myself positively or wanted to like try something or show off a talent I felt I have, I always got called arrogant or showing off and whatever. And I never was. Now I understand that. I was just being myself. I was being authentic. But people wanted to limit you. And then I'm like, oh, limiting beliefs. Oh, I get it. So, you start, as you go about doing these things, like you put the pieces of the puzzle together and you're like, oh my God, it's like the Matrix. Like it's all programming, and you can program yourself to be however you want to be. And eventually you just realize, I'm just going to be my authentic self. And then you're done programming. You're done programming because you're like, I'm myself. And then you're worthy of anything you desire. And you're like, I'm going to go after it. Why not? And then you set boundaries because you learn to love yourself. And you're like, I'm going to be loving outwardly, but I'm also going to love myself and have my boundaries. And you can do both.
Dude, that energy about it, I hope anybody listening right now, you kind of tune into the way he talked about the desire acquisition. It wasn't a like hurried hustle and bustle, like I need to have it, because that is actually just lack with different face painting on. But what he said is like, I want it. Why not? Like I'm just going to go for it. Like why wouldn't I? And so that feeling of it is, I believe, where true actual manifestation, when things can come to you easily. Because I think about if somebody told you like, you're going to get a letter in the mail, and if that letter is red, then your legs are going to like kick you in the face. And if it's green, then you're going to get $1 million. No. And basically, I think that when you place incredible amounts of importance on it, you're going to, you basically are putting into the field that this has to be complicated. Like there has to be a problem here. There has to be issues because like that's what you're doing when you're really like, it's so important to me. Like this needs to be complicated. But think about when you actually just go get your mail. There's not really, you know what I mean? You're chilling about it. Like it's like, okay, like you're walking out, you get it. And that same like freedom, that looseness about it, when you're walking to get something that you just know you can pick up, you just know you can do. If you can start manifesting from that place, that's when everything could just be added in. And of course, it's not as simple as just like, oh, now you're going to be a millionaire, blah, blah. Because we have to talk about whether or not being a millionaire is actually your true authentic desire, which is why I think a lot of people have a hard time doing it because they don't actually want it.
You want the feeling behind it.
Yes.
And then when you truly, in my experience, like when your heart truly desires something and you've done the inner work, I saw a quote about something like, you want it so bad because you have it in the future. And now you're confused why you don't have it now. Even though, and I'm like, for me, it's true. Like I wanted everything and I'm experiencing it right now. Same for you. Like you're living in your dream and it's because you had it. Like you had that desire because you technically already had it at a point in the future.
Sorry, it slowed down for me. It's just not good. There we go. Yeah. I heard part of it. What did you say in that last sentence?
I was saying that like, you know, you technically already have in the future. That's why you want it so bad. For your true heart's desire, not like a fake desire. Because those you just want to feel a certain way. But when you do the inner work and you feel it from your heart, it's because you probably already have it in the future.
That's the craziest thing is that you can feel it now. And I do a lot of videos about that. Like one of my videos on my page, if anyone's watching, is called True Relaxation. It's one of my pinned videos, I believe. And it sits somewhere around 2.4 million, I think, right now. Like and people were like, why does that do so much for everyone? And I'm like, because people don't let themselves feel like your body is like a car. Like, and you can turn on the turn signal whenever you want. You can start it up and you don't have to move it. You can drive it around. It's got all these capabilities, but so many people just sit and park and idle. And I'm like, you're allowed to feel like a millionaire tomorrow if you want to. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
And
you can do whatever you want. You can feel any way you want.
You can just do it. And
yeah.
As you do, I feel like the world just starts, and I have an ulterior motive, I will admit, in those videos, is I want those people to manifest those things in their life, but I just don't tell them that. I just say, hey, did you know, like what if, tell your body, I know right now, anyone watching right now, try it. Tell your body right now, I know that I don't feel abundance. I know that I'm scared. I know that I'm that's completely fine. I'm not going to be delusional. But just like I can kind of feel like when my friend says, if that person was rude to you, what would you do? And you kind of think about how you get in a fight with them. Or you think about, if you won that scratch off ticket, how would you feel right now? You felt that for a second. In the same way, what if you were whole? What if everything that you had to deal with was dealt with? What if your financial problem was gone right now? How would that technically feel, body? Could you tell me? And usually, after a few times, your body will tell you. And then now, just feel like that. Until the thing,
it's amazing. We have all the chemicals up here, and we can choose to feel any way we want at any time. You know what I mean? Like your brain is just a giant pharmaceutical company that holds everything that you could ever need and desire. But you have to be able to tell it, like, give me this. And once you get good at it, you can get it to give you whatever you want.
And people talk about why meditation is important. I'm telling you, once you can slow, because the first part is like you're always on this, like the monkey wheel they call it, and it's like it's just going and going and going. You got to start slowing it down. Once it slows down, now you can make change. And then from there, I can start putting in like, well, let me just completely, like, visualization is a good subconscious tactic. I'll just visualize, man, if I was sitting in a harmonious relationship right now, getting ready to go to the amusement park with my beautiful wife and our son, how would I feel today? And then this amazing chemical, these cocktails of chemicals start coming down, and you physically are now tuned to a better reality, a different person. That's what Joe Dispenza always, how he phrases it. And so now you physically become somebody different. It's not even like this is science. Like you physically have changed yourself. You're altered, and all these neurons around your heart that is almost like a brain are firing differently. You're doing different stuff. That's why now I'm starting to get into the crazy sound and stuff. But I truly believe that.
I mean, look, you experienced it. I've had the same experience. And when all these people have the same experience and have actually manifested, it's just true. It's true.
It's
It just sounds like
just
Kanye says, right? The truth is crazy in a world full of lies. It's a great quote. It's a great
I
quote.
need that one.
Have you heard that one?
I think I don't think I have. The truth is crazy in a world full of. That's the truth.
It's good. Yeah. Let's see here. So yeah, I had a question about like how you harness the quantum field to access the limitless possibilities to engineer your life. But I'm guessing like subconscious reprogramming, like we talked about, healing yourself, loving yourself, visualizing, kind of all those techniques.
Very
right?
specifically, I would say if there's just like one, like I won't go off on it too much. If there's one practice, if somebody heard that question, they want to like, well, what do I do? Because there's a lot of stuff. I look at the quantum field like a big blank mansion, but no lights work in it. For some reason, you walk into this mansion and it's like the size of a city. And in each room, you open the doors and at first you start to open doors and terrible things are inside of them or things you don't want. So like you look inside and like there's like a painful thing, and you look inside another one, there's another hurt. But then you start to notice like it's just what you think about.
Like a reverse Monsters Inc., where you open the doors and there's the monsters inside.
Just like that.
Yeah.
And I think that if you want to, how'd you phrase the question specifically so I don't go off?
You can go off if you want to, but like, how do you personally go about harnessing the quantum field to access the limitless possibilities to engineer your life?
That's what you said. Access the quantum field to harness the limitless possibilities. I love the way you phrase that because it puts direct truth in it, that it is a limitless possibility. And so what you'll find if you go through this house long enough is that all the rooms may be dark, but the ones that start to get light, like a little bulb of light, appear in certain ones. And you find through your study that it's the ones you've thought about the most, the ones that are most in line with what you are already. And the more you think about them and give them your attention, the brighter that room gets. And the ones that become brightest are the ones that go onto your hallway. And so if you want a specific type of room, don't even question it. Whatever room you can think of exists. Whatever room you can imagine exists. And
I'm just picturing you open the door and Diddy's in there.
No.
And the light bulb's barely on.
Close the door.
Will Smith's bent over. Uh-oh. Bad boys for life.
No, bro. Diddy, there's definitely a room where somebody met Diddy, man. And I'm just saying, all you got to do is like focus and harness your attention. And your attention is the things you do and the things you think. And so what you want, it's going to feel weird at certain times when you're placing your attention on one thing. It's because most people have never done it, besides on things they fear. But if you actually want something, write it down and then place your attention on it strategically, systematically, 15 minutes a day, I'd say. Like if you can sit down and have meditation and just literally just think about it, just say, Tesla Model S, white Tesla Model S, what would that be like to drive? Then really imagine yourself driving it. And then if you can just keep that door will line up with your reality. It just has
And the key is that you're already in it. Like even when most people want something, like you said, most people only focus on what they fear, and that's what they get. And then some people who do know what they want, or kind of logically know what they want, they're still probably focused on the fear of not getting it, even though they want it. Yeah, the key is you go in and you genuinely like feel like you have it. And once you do it enough times, like you get there. And like you said, it's fucking crazy because you're like, oh my God, I was there. Like you got that experience, like I was there.
You'll open your eyes and feel like you've come from a far distance. You will open your eyes and feel like what he's talking about is exactly the way I feel when I've done it too. And that I think Neville Goddard talks about it that way. And it'll get to a point you've done it right when you don't really care anymore if the world gives it to you because you've already you already drove that car for the last like month. Like I don't need it. It's in the driveway as far as I'm concerned. Like you've already generated the feeling so much. That's when it's added in my opinion.
Yeah, and if you go back to the same like memory, it feels like a memory. Like when you visualize it enough times and you go back to the same thing, it just gets more detail and more feeling, and you can feel things almost. It's like you're lucid dreaming while you're awake. It's it's incredible. Once you get good at it. Let's see. When you're stressed out, how do you personally relax?
Oh man, relaxation is one of the topics that I have. That's actually the title of the video that I was just talking about. But I think that relaxation is a lot different than what a lot of people think it is. and it's was opened up to me, and I've never been the same since. But relaxation, what a lot of people think it is just another form of activity. And so, like, true relaxation, to answer the question, my old, what was it? I think it was European, I can't remember, it's like advanced European history teacher. He used to give us prompts, and one of the things he used to put on it was ATDQ, which is answer the damn question. And so I always try to answer, because people will like spin around, not actually answer it. And so specifically what I'm saying about relaxation is that it is letting go. It is completely opening up and relaxing, and no, I can't use the word in the definition, but basically it's a letting go, and it's a direct experience that you have to tap into to know, and then you can access it once you know it. But if anyone watching right now would like to try, it starts by letting go of your stomach, because you're probably holding it. And if you're clenching your teeth, let go. You're probably doing that.
I remember
too.
when I first saw your video when you said that, I was like, fuck, I'm doing that right now.
Like,
God damn it.
And that's what makes it go viral, because people are like, oh my God, how did he know?
Yeah.
You know how many times I get that comment? And it's like, because we all do it. Like, living is just like a tenseness. We're like, we're in bed scrolling, clenched teeth, tight muscles. And I'm like, let go for a minute. You don't have to do that. There's no judgment. There's nobody going to come out the closet. And so then that's the first thing. Because tension and anxiety is like a contract.
Except Diddy. Diddy comes out of the closet.
No, Diddy, if he comes out, clench up. Run away. There's not enough baby oil in the world.
No, stay clenched. Yeah, if you're Diddy, stay clenched, bro. Diddy comes out of your closet, you stay clenched for your life, for your soul. He'll take your soul, bro.
That's awful, but yeah.
Squirt gun full of baby oil,
that's
ready to go.
And then that's the physical aspect, is letting go physically, right? So like completely and you can let go by putting awareness on the muscle. So like if you just do a body scan real quick and you can let go. Let the breath be whatever the breath is going to be. Now when the thoughts are there, that's the harder piece, where it's like, what do I do with those? Let them be. Like, oh, I feel tension about, no judgment. Just drop the judgment about anything. I really don't like the way my shoulder feels right now. It's like, okay, what else? It's like, I could prefer different breathing. Okay, what else? And drop judgment on it. Now that is letting go. That's relaxing. Like you're actually just like opening up. If you were a balloon that was constricted, just like pops open. That's relaxation. And then relax from there, you can get to wholeness, which is feeling like everything is okay in the present moment now. So that's what relaxation is to me. And I think that's the foundation of manifesting what you want.
See, why I think this is so valuable is that, like we said earlier, there's so many annoying people that got into this space for a long time that made it seem, like they say, even the what people call it woo-woo, it all is right? It's annoying. It just all sounds annoying. But there are practical ways to go about it. And even if you don't believe in the woo-woo aspects of it, just like logically, truthfully, like when you say unclench your jaw, undo your stomach, like those are real things that people have an actual immediate effect that they feel. That's tangible. There's in the manifestation space, if you're not into the spiritual stuff, there's so much tangible benefits from it, just from they get immediate results, and then you have the spiritual experiences as a side effect from the tangible results.
Damn straight.
Yeah.
I completely agree. I feel like that's what you should
do a good job about not being annoying about. Like you're just a normal. I wouldn't even say normal. Because authenticity isn't really normalized yet. But like you're an authentic. You explain it in an authentic, well laid out way that people need to hear, and more people need to be exposed to that kind of influence.
I really appreciate that. That's the only way I could have got it. Because for me, like, I guess if there is a higher self, it beats me over the head because I'm hard-headed completely. So it has to like lay things out for me, like completely spell it out. Like, this is it. This is how you learn it. And so that's just the way I teach and show people.
My higher self had to kill me a dozen times for me to get it. Like, I was very, very hard-headed.
I got to go to one of your comedy shows, bro. I know you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, speaking on this topic, what do you feel is one of the biggest falsehoods circulated in the manifestation and spiritual community?
Ooh. Oh my
lot
gosh,
of
there's so
those.
many. Oh,
Let me ask you this too. What do you think of Bashar? Have you seen that guy?
oh yeah,
And the channelers?
yes.
Do you believe
I-
that stuff?
I already hear
Do
you.
you? Yeah.
I have seen, in my opinion, I've seen a lot of truth in what he says. So whether or not he's channeling, I don't know. I can't speak to that. But
Well,
what
I've
I will
learned in
say,
grifters and stuff, there's always nuggets, right? When you're selling shit, there's always nuggets of truth. And at first, I was like, bullshit. Then I started to listen to some, I'm like, okay, I agree with this. I agree with that. Just because he pop up on TikTok. And
Yes.
then there was one thing I saw of an old video of his, and he would do a different, sillier, even voice for the Bashar
really?
thing. And I was like, there's something off here. And I usually have pretty good discernment about stuff. And I was like,
it feels weird
he's
to
full
watch
of
sometimes.
shit.
I'll be completely
I
honest.
was like, he's full of shit. I can tell. This guy's full of shit. But what's your opinion?
Well, I think that he has a lot of wisdom. I think that if you take, like, I don't know where it is. I'm not sure about the channeling aspect. I completely feel, I do also get that. Like, I feel very silly, I think, sometimes, like, listening to some of the stuff. But I've noticed, just like in my own experience, like, basically when I'm ascertaining whether or not somebody is beneficial for me to listen to and install anything in my head from them, I'll kind of look at the direct truth and whether or not what they say lines up with truth. And a lot of what Bashar has said, and at least the videos I've seen, I'm not a Bashar expert, a lot of what he says lines up with truth. And it seems to be very, at least if you practice it, you won't be putting yourself in harm's way, which is what I think a lot of manifestation people do. They put people in financial harm, at least, with their $5,000 courses and stuff like that. So that's my perspective on it. I feel like there's truth in it. I don't know whether or not the channeling aspect, though. I can't speak to that. I've never done that.
I mean, no, some of the stuff he says like is true, but I mean, that's information's already out there as well.
True.
You know?
True.
And also he's making a bunch of money from, it's turned into like a hating Bashar thing all of a sudden. But like, you know what I mean?
They're coming for you in the comments. They're coming for you. I'm kidding.
All right. I always forget people can come after me. I usually don't give a shit.
No.
I mean, dude, people would come after me for what always used to make me laugh is my 9/11 jokes of all things. And I'm like, dude, it was 2001. We can't joke about it now. Come on. I mean,
There's a
seriously.
big soft spot in the States about it. And if
guess.
reasonably so. I'm not mad, but I'm just saying, yeah. That's going to be a hard one to go over.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, was that even answer?
Oh, wait. So what was your answer, though?
Yeah. So I guess outside of the Bashar stuff, I think what was the exact wording again, so I answer it correctly?
Like, what's one of the biggest falsehoods in the spiritual community about manifestation? And
One I touched on earlier, but maybe people, if this is like a clip or anything, may not have seen, is that one of the biggest falsehoods in manifestation is that any of your feelings are wrong. Any feeling that your body creates is incorrect. Like you shouldn't
like
be feeling
deny.
that.
Deny,
Yes.
don't feel it. Deny. Yeah.
Deny. But it, like you can't. And so like you're like trying to smooth out the surface of water with an iron. You're just making more ripples of the same kind. And it's like you can't deny it. I get that from Alan Watts. But you can't deny it because you're just in trying to, you're engaging with it and increasing its presence in your experience. And so I think one of the things in manifestation that some manifestation teachers will even talk about is like, you need to get out of that negative state, which often just leads to this kind of empty denial. If you really look at the direct experience of it, where you're just like, and even I've done it before, where you're just like, no, I'm positive today. I'm high flying today. I don't have time to think about that thing that hurts me. And it's like, no, that thing's there. It's there. You got to look at it. There's this practice that's very strange that not for everybody can, especially not if it's something that's really heavy for you right now. But it's basically where I will sit and I will say, okay, feeling, whatever it is, like it's something I don't prefer, do your worst. And basically I completely give up my body over and I'm like, let me know everything you want to feel. Like, let me feel it. And then the body will like it really will. Like I'll start to really like the feeling will start to go. And basically what you need to do is give it qualities. Because in order for something to be real, it has to have a few things. One of them has to be, it has to have location, it has to have size, and it has to have color. For something to be real, we have to have location, size, color. And that's how we notice it. And so anything that doesn't have those qualities, we can agree isn't real in a way, like isn't real, like it manifests around us. And one of those things is when you're feeling a feeling, you want to kind of start putting qualities on it. So like, is that resentment hot or cold? A lot of times you're just going to start to feel like a temperature to it. And is it, if it was moving, is it fast or slow? Is it like a quick reverberation, or is it like this slow swelling? And once you start putting those qualities on it, you'll start to see like, where's it in your body? It's like, oh, it's right here on my shoulder. Where's it now? It's moving. And you'll notice as you pay attention to it, you detach from it. And when you detach from it, it like starts to like, because you listened. It was like trying to tell you something. And it's like, I really just want you to see that that person, what they said hurt you. I really just want you to see that because it's important that you know that. But you keep trying to push it down. And so it keeps flicking the switch on. It's like, I'm going to keep getting your attention by making you feel uncomfortable for the next 6 years because you just refuse to look at it. And so people, of course, it's a scary thing to do. When you first get started, every time you think you're done, there's more because you haven't looked at them for the last like 6 years. But eventually you do start to get to a point where you're very light. It's a lot more of like an enlightenment to where you've dealt with so many of your switches that there's just not that many to deal with and you can be calm.
Right. Agree, 100%. And then who would be your favorite spiritual teacher? And what was their biggest imprint they left on you?
It'd have to be Joey Lott on YouTube.
I'll have to check him out. I haven't heard of him.
He's not one of the more known ones. What's funny is I have gotten more reach on my videos talking about something that he taught me than I think he's had in his entire page. I've actually had a conversation with him. I purchased one of his coaching one-to-ones just to talk with him. And in that hour conversation, he like helped me so much. And I think that what's so powerful about his message is how simple it is, how actionable it is, and how clear. Like there's no wishy-washy this, that, and the third. It's all very clear and direct. It's like, he's like, well, whatever you've been doing for yourself, just ask yourself, is that working? Is that like whatever you're trying to do? Because everyone's trying to do something to get to where they're trying to go. Is it working? It's like, okay, if not, would you be willing to try like a different approach? And one of the approaches is typically, he always just talks about breath awareness, placing your attention more on what you want and getting clear on what that is. And once you do those things, your life can do nothing but get better. Like just that simple shift where it's just like, I will relax more and I will pay more attention to what I want. And it doesn't even have to be a crazy amount of time. I literally sit down and I make this little clock. It's good for me. I have ADHD to see time physically. And so I'll set a timer for 15 minutes and then this will just go till it dings. And I know it's been 15 minutes.
How do you know, how long do you give it before you know this isn't working for me?
I will usually set an intention to kind of pay attention to how I'm feeling and the actual outcomes in reality, like the outcomes. And so like it's less of a time period because I think sometimes things take a lot of time to experiment with, but it's more of like an experience. And so like imagine with like a stock. Well, I used to trade stocks when I was younger, and one of the things in stocks that you'll have is a stop loss. And a stop loss is basically when you've put a lot of money into something and eventually like it starts dropping. People fall in love with stocks, or basically like they love Wegmans so much that I don't care if it's tanking, I'm going to keep my money in it and it's going to go back up. And in penny stocks, it's incredibly dangerous because anything can happen. It can go away. Don't fall in love with a stock is one of the first lessons. And a stop loss basically is when I've lost a certain amount of money, I don't care what's happening. I'm out. Like I'm selling all my shares. And for me, I'll be noticing like different aspects of myself. If I'm ever like in a certain belief system, I'm trying something out and I'm like having a mental breakdown, I'm out. Or things to start, it doesn't have to get that bad. I can notice like I'm being more argumentative in my life with my family, I'm out. Like if the outcomes just start to get really bad, it's more of like an outcome based thing rather than time based. I do have certain like amount of money, a specific like experience with people in my life. I do want to try to get that before, 5 years from now. But I really have never been able to reliably do anything in any set amount of time, which is what I'm still working on. I have running experiments at all times that I keep in my notes app in my phone that will go for months or years at a time, where I will set an intention, usually film myself talking and saying like, I'm currently setting this intention, and we'll see what effects I get in reality. But I think the important thing is that you actually are treating this like an experiment. That's why I call it life engineering. You have to actually take notes. Like you have to say, this is what I'm attempting to do, and this is what I'm going to do to this end. And then at a certain time, revisit that and say what actually happened. And that's how you, I think, manifest in like a very scientific way.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. And I really like what you touched on there, where if it's affecting your mental health, like a certain technique or doing a certain something, or affecting how you treat others and affecting your mental health, that's when you know, like, stop this. And I also like how I just noticed how we all use metaphors so much to explain our feelings and these concepts are a little bit harder to explain. And I really do think that's what the Bible was doing in a lot of their stories. It's just using metaphor, just like we still do. We use these metaphors. Anyways, very well said. How would you define faith?
Ooh, this one's gonna ruffle some feathers. I'm kidding. So the Bible puts it as the evidence of things hoped for, the substance of things not seen. And I very much agree with that. But I don't think it's enough. Because, well, of course, if you go into the scripture and everything, I'm sure it paints it perfectly. I'm not saying the Bible is in any way seconded by me. I'm saying that what's important isn't the knowledge, but the direct experience and the practice. That's what's important. And I've noticed all too often that when people say they have faith, they actually show nothing of the sort. And so what I would point to as faith is a concrete understanding that remains true, it's not an understanding, it's a state of being that is like a stone in a river, a heavy stone in a river. And no matter how the river moves, the stone stays in place because it's planted firmly. And I think that is a good image of faith. But the way you know you have it and you don't is like with faith, people will say like they believe in manifestation, they can create their reality, and then or they believe in God or whatever religion they believe in, then things start to look pretty bad for them. The rent's late, some bad thing happens, and they're like, I've seen people on the video like, this is why God lets this happen to me. I can't believe this. Like bad things happen to good people. And I'm like, you see right there, faith is when you believe in that's what it is, higher laws that will determine the lower, the higher laws that overcome the lower. And so sometimes you're going to be experiencing things in your reality that don't look like what you experience or what you expect, but you have faith, you know that there's more to this than meets the eye. And so it's understanding the inner workings, that there might be more gears turning than you're aware of. And it can only come to through, in my opinion, experience. Like until you actually have the experience like you've had, like I have had in different ways, that you try something and then you see it, when belief becomes knowledge, until that happens, you're just believing and having like a little bit of doubt. But it just takes a little bit of testing. And then once you test, you reach the state of faith, which is really a knowledge-backed confidence.
Mm-hmm. And it's a muscle too. It's
Yes.
a strength and it's a muscle. And especially when you're first starting out, to have faith in something. And I think that's very well said. Yeah. And what's your best, if someone's just starting out, like I think we already said this pretty much, is like, just test things for having like, to maintain your faith when manifesting. Like when you first start out, just try things and make notes about them and see what worked and what didn't. And give it a little time, and you'll go from belief to knowledge.
Yes, that's exactly what I would say. It's basically, if you're going to start, literally the most simple thing is just set an intention of some sort. Don't go crazy with it. Don't give anybody no money. Just try for a second.
Like doing like the cup of coffee one's a big one, right? Like manifesting a cup of coffee. And when I did that the first time, it's always when you least expect it too. It's out of the blue. It's
you're like falling asleep for a second and you're like,
it's so cool. It's so cool when the first time like you do something like that and you like write down, I will receive a free coffee, because you do it in the present moment, right? Like, I have received a present, and then you get it, and you're like, holy shit, that was it. Like usually you realize it after. No, it's not. Is that with you too? Like, it's not even in the moment. You're like, oh wait, that was it. Or even like a day after, like, oh my God, that's what I wanted. How did I not even realize it? It's like, it just happened. Oh my God.
I wish I could show you the picture I have of my bed. I'm in my bedroom currently, and this bed right here that I have made with the white sheets and like the gray kind of accent tones, and it's like black. And I accidentally ended up in a harbor town, is where I live now. And for the longest time, I had as my background a screensaver, a room that I really loved, and the bed on it has this like nice like thing going across the middle, and then it's in a harbor town. I didn't even pay attention that it was in a harbor town. There's like boats and stuff in the background, and it's like a nice apartment. And I was like, just when I realized, my mouth went like this, and I nearly dropped to my knees
Hold up,
because I
sorry.
was like,
You cut out right when you were about to say what you're going to say.
when I realized, you hear me now?
Yeah.
When I realized, I went like this. I nearly dropped to my knees because I realized what had happened. I accidentally picked a harbor town to move to, that I run along the water and most mornings. And then the bed that's in the picture, I nearly made it perfectly. I picked this out I was like, I just want a bed on Amazon. I just went and got one. And the one I picked out is nearly identical in the way I made it and everything. And so that's what I'm saying is like when you want to start experimenting with this stuff, don't believe me. Don't trust anything. That's literally part of the process, is just like being like, well, I don't know about this, but just so I can get it off my mind, just so I can like shut these people up, I'll just see. Write it down, take like some screenshots like on a mini little vision board, and go back to that thing in 6 months and go and just look. And with that feeling you get when you see that, there's nothing like it.
It is crazy. It's fun. It becomes fun. So yeah, now let's get to like the content creation stuff. So yeah, you discuss content creation a lot, and I heard you share a perspective I really agreed with. You said, instead of asking how can I blow up, ask how can I serve. Can you expand on this and why authenticity is a key to prolonged engagement rather than gimmicks like Bashar? I just thought that was
Bashar's gonna come after you. Michael is not the
bring the mothership, bro. Let's go.
Yes. Okay. That definitely, I think, would be a good engagement in audience retention thing too. The Bashar stuff. But what I was gonna say is, instead of thinking, what can I get, like like what the audience can do for me, how can I serve? It's so important, because when you're going to make your video, if the first thing on your mind is what you're going to get, how you're going to go viral, how you're going to start a business, what's the video even about? We haven't even gotten there. We haven't even gotten what thought. And why do we watch videos? Because we are getting something from it. And so because people get into this, and I coach people a lot, that's what Intention Academy is about. Shameless plug. But when I do help people with it, oftentimes they come in a state of distress. Like, I quit my job. I only have 6 months to make this work. I need you. I'm like, then go ahead and quit right now. Then go ahead and stop. Because if you're coming at it like that, your focus is on your lack, and your focus is on what you can get from this audience, like you're milking them like a cow, then you're not going to make very good content. Well, the honest truth is, the best content is made usually almost in a state of like service. Like, you don't feel like you're going to get anything from it. Like, I'm just doing this because I have something to say. And that's really why we started recording things in the process. In the beginning, is we wanted people in the future to know something that we found of true value. That's what the stone tablets are about, and that's what warning signs are about, and that's what books are about. But somewhere along the line, we changed. And on content's a big part of it, because when I'm up on the screen and I have 1 million likes, or I have 154,000 likes, it feels very good. And so now I'm focused on feeling good rather than what actually happened here, which is that people behind the screen got something. And that's what makes them share it. That's what makes them come back and love you. And so when, like for me, like I've been off my game for a while. I stopped posting for probably 4 or 5 months after I hit my burnout. And now I still come back and get 100 comments. I still come back and like there's a bunch of people still watching the video and engaging with me. And it's like, why? So because I actually touched them at some point. Like I told them something and it actually turned out to be true. I said something and they liked the way I explained it. But I think way too often when we're trying to and it's not to hate on it. I'm not saying, because I've done it too. Like, I've wanted to be seen. I've wanted to go viral, and it feels bad when my video doesn't pop off. I'm sure you felt that at some point. And it's like, I want to go viral. And it's like, that's fine. But to do it, what I'm telling you is the energy that that you're putting into going viral, put into making something worth seeing. And the rest falls into place.
Exactly. Very well said. Exactly. And gimmicks are usually short-lived. And then when you get like caught, grifting or doing something, like you're exposed, like milking an audience, then you're the opposite. Everyone hates you. Like it's, so authenticity is also the highest vibration you can be at to attract things. If you want to go scientifically, it's above love, which is interesting. So authenticity just genuinely resonates with people, and you want to attract that audience who would resonate with that. You know what I mean? Like, who resonate with you. You don't want people that either aren't ready for you, who will just send hate your way, and who won't vibe with you. So grifting isn't even good either. Procrastination has been a big topic on your channel as well. What are the steps you recommend to take to recognize why procrastination happens and how to deal with it?
Oh man, I'm still having a hard time with this myself, so I'm not sure I'm the best person to give advice on it. But I have I definitely give advice about it that I think is helpful. I often go back and look at my own videos. I don't know if this says anything about me, but I go back and look at my own videos and definitely get helped, man. Like I'm like, yeah, it's a good video. I like this guy. But for procrastination, usually you're running from something. In my experience, there's something that you don't want to experience, or something that there's an experience that is not feeling good. And so you, rather than choosing to do something else, you're not actually choosing the other thing. You're just running from something else. And so a lot of times you'll get into, and of course there is ADHD and other things. I can't speak to like actual medical, differences and things like that need to be looked at more closely by a professional, I'm sure. But in my experience, even without being medicated, I've been medicated and not. The important thing to deal with a procrastinative problem that you are willing to attempt to tackle without help, if that's your situation, because sometimes people don't have the resources to do so and you're just looking to try. Here's what I would do, pretty much line for line. The first thing is I would get clear on what I want, and then I would get clear on what I'm doing as opposed to what I should be or want to be doing. Because you need to see what's happening. If every time you get the tinge that a meeting is coming up and you go scroll on TikTok and then you miss your meeting time, you need to know that you do that. So as soon as you open TikTok, when you feel that feeling, it's not a sleep motion. You're like, oh, this is when I do it. So now at that moment, you can make a change. You can be like, okay, I'm closing the app. I'll turn my phone off. I'll put it in the car. And now you have to be different. There's something now you may procrastinate a different way, but we can deal with that when we come up to it. Then basically write down what you want to do. So like the biggest thing is you're dealing with yourself on autopilot. I'm actually going to be writing a book about this. It's called The Army of You. And I believe that each person, we have multiple versions of ourselves that we deal with today. And when you have a hard time getting anything done over any stretch of time, you can't really stay focused on one intention for more than a month or two. It's because the different views in time have different ideas of what they need to do. And they have different ideas of what's important. They have different things they value. They have different situations. And so until you get them all on the same page, you'll never be able to become that laser beam focused. And so what you want to do that is write something down and to where they're all kind of start to get on the same page and where they all have to kind of come to. And so like for me, it was working out for the longest. And so I wrote in a workout journal and I would sign each day with my initials, but I would be like, I put in my workout for the day. And then tomorrow he put in his workout, and I call this my army of me. And so like each day,
it's kind of like in the movie
Split, it as a different workout.
How they're all fighting on the inside, trying to come into like the collective or hold the light, Yeah.
Just like that. And so I think that you have a problem with that a lot of times. And all you got to do, not all you got to do, but what's helpful is to write down the intention and then ask yourself that day, is this important to me? And usually it still will be. You just will have forgotten. And you can put in your work for that day. But that's just like a little bit of help. Adderall might help too. I don't know.
No, it's a good perspective. Yeah, I was going to ask you about your book at the end here. But yeah, that's interesting. That's a good. That's a great title, Army of Me. That's really creative. I like that. Negative self-talk is a big reason why people never start. Why do you think so many people have negative self-talk?
Usually
We
it's
kind of covered this earlier,
installed.
but
Yeah, it's installed in different times. Your subconscious, like you said, when you're a kid, is wide open all day, every day. You're in, I can't remember
yeah.
the exact brainwave state is, but you're in like a theta brainwave state or something like that,
Hmm.
where your subconscious is open
Hypnotic,
pretty much at all times.
literally like
Yeah, that's what it
hypnotic.
is.
Yeah.
It's just suggestive, man.
Yeah. And the only time it opens up again, and this goes back to manifesting stuff, is like 5 minutes before you go to sleep, 5 minutes after you're awake, and while you're sleeping, pretty much is. So sleep affirmation tapes are too good for
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of reprogramming your mind and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, that's it. Literally, I think they had that belief installed and just running on autopilot. All you got to do is, well, not all you got to do, but become aware of it.
Do you think more people are scared of failure or more scared of changing into the person who is their best self
Oh my gosh.
and the responsibility that comes with that?
At least my specific case, what I've noticed for myself, I've actually feared success more than I feared failure a lot of times, because oftentimes it's once you start manifesting stuff, you get a little kind of like some experience with it. You can do some crazy stuff, man. But one of the things is you'll notice that things are always ephemeral. They're always like you can't hold on to anything. Nothing. Everything comes to an end. And the greater height you've climbed to in your ego, and you're like, I've gotten this thing, I'm a rich businessman, I'm a famous TikToker, I've done all this, it can easily be taken away from you too. And so you start to fear success after things have been stripped from you enough times to where you start to feel like that's why a lot of people sabotage their love. They won't let themselves get close in a relationship because they know what it feels like to have that person betray you or to have that ripped away from you in a painful way. And so they just don't even let it get close anymore. I think it's a very similar thing with this.
So it's more of the attachment to the loss aspect, the inevitable loss of success at some point, than the fear of failing not to reach that.
Yeah, because I think failing is really fun if you really kind of go for it. I don't know, like when you kind of go at like say TikTok videos for a long time, and even right now, like my account's not crazy anymore. But I love the time when it's before the 100K views, like most of the time, is because now there's like the pressure's off, man. I got like a few people watching. I got, you know what I mean? I can really go crazy. I can spitball. I can talk about whatever I want and not really worry
Right.
about it kind of going viral. Because like a viral video is a great thing until like, I don't know, you make one mistake in the video, man. Let me tell you what, 10,000 people show up to tell you, man, that mistake you made. You're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I used to stream on Twitch for, I don't know, it was like 7 or 8 years or so, maybe a little longer than that, from when I was like a teenager to my early 20s. And for a while there, I would maintain like a good like 100K followers and or viewers. And it's a very different experience when you're live in front of that many people, because every minute detail is caught by someone versus, having 10 people who are barely kind of paying attention. And
Right.
yeah, it's definitely a different experience.
That's no small feat, by the way. 100K concurrent. That's amazing. Congratulations, man.
Yeah,
That's
it was.
sick.
But then again, like I kind of same thing with you. Like you take a break, you kind of burn out, and then you lose all of it, and then it's like, okay, well, it's fine. And then you don't even want to do it anymore. It's kind of like
No,
it transforms
thing.
though. Like you talk about this in your videos. It transforms. You talk about seasons a lot, and how that was just for one season, but it prepared me for something else. I have a better desire to do now. Which is like podcasting. It was all like prep work, and people I
Yeah.
think underestimate seasons and the power of out prepping you for something better that you don't see is coming or that you haven't even desired yet. And then you underestimate again the failures and the value of those failures in like the winter of that season of things aren't going great, but it's preparing you for a different part of the season.
Oh, man. That was beautiful, man.
Oh, thanks. What are your top 3 tips for content creation?
The first thing is to just post. Get out of your head. Every time I talk to somebody, and they're just like, "Oh, well, the algorithm has this, and it's oversaturated." Post your video. It's not that big a deal. It's I know it seems like a huge deal to post. I promise you. They're like, "Well, only got 10 views, so it's a bad video." It's like, is it really a bad video if only 10 people saw it? There's not that many people that even have judged it. Like, we see low views means it's a bad video, but 10 people saw it or 100 people saw it. So, you know what I mean? It's hard to judge yourself based off of that. So the first thing is just post. The second thing is, if you're posting and you're getting low views, to not let that have a huge impact. I know it's hard because you can't control how you feel, on how you feel about yourself. There are people that create content for years and it doesn't pop off. And then one day, somebody reshares it that's like a famous person, or somebody, it just randomly, the algorithm starts loving you because of the way it's designed. And so there's a perseverance to it. I would say, do not create from a sense of lack. Of course, you're going to do what you want to do. If people are in that position and they're like, they're hurting and they want to get some kind of outcome from it, maybe that is your manifestation. Maybe that's the way you have to go about it. But I really, truly believe that my best work is created when I've been free, when I feel like I'm doing this from a place of service, like, who can I help? But not everybody's trying to help people. Well, in a way, we all are. Entertainment, inspiration, education, it all falls in those three buckets. And when you're entertaining somebody, in my opinion, that can be just as, if not more helpful than education or inspiration, because in that moment, sometimes all they can do is laugh. They have nothing else. They're ready to check out. And I've been in that moment where I'm crying in a car, man. It's dark moments for me. And then I was like, one of my favorite YouTubers, Berleezy, he just did something so stupid on a video, and it made me laugh. And I remember sitting there as I like chuckled and tears were on my face because of how hurt I was. And I was just like, what he just did to me is like invaluable. What that just did for me. Mm-hmm. And so you are providing a service no matter what. And so that's my final tip, is to get clear on what you're offering to people, and then just get as good at that as possible. Post as much as you can, and then just iterate, but don't let it ever affect your self-value.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. So basically authenticity, service, and having
kind of like an experimenter's mind.
Yeah. Also, yeah, experimenting. If you're stuck at like 200 views and stuff, which is also like 200, like if you're a comedian like me and you're performing in front of 200 people, that's still a good amount of people, right? People underestimate like 200 views is still something. And yeah, it goes back to this prepping, like you said, like content for years until it pops off. And, you know, it just prepared you. Oftentimes I knew, like, I look back at some of my old shit and I was like, I'm glad that didn't go viral, right?
Me too.
And you're so stubborn when you're first starting out. You're like, I'm the best. Oh, this is obviously the best thing ever made. It should be everywhere. And then you look back years later and you're like, oh, thank God. Oh my God. Especially like with jokes for me. Like, I look back at some of my old jokes and I'm like, I should be in jail for writing this. This is fucking atrocious. So I'm so thankful I didn't put that out there. Oh my God.
Oh God, dude.
What do you think your biggest success is?
I look back, I'm like, Jesus. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
I'm
yeah. Oh yeah, you're frozen. Still there? Okay, you're back, I think. Are we good? Kenneth, you there?
I'm back now, I think. Yep, I think.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
You're frozen on my end, but kind of. And you're back. Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so what do you feel your biggest success is so far in content creation?
Damn, I never thought about that. I just kind of post all the time. I guess in content creation in general, it would have to be, I'd say my video on how to get started on TikTok is probably my most successful one. And I judge that based off of the outcomes it's been able to achieve for other people rather than like the outcomes I received from it. Because I'll get messages from people who are like, hey, fully not like joining Intention Academy, not buying your product or anything, but I just want you to know I took your advice and I just got my first 1 million view video. And I get like at least one of those a month where somebody's like, there was one person who had 1 million. There's one person that like did my first 100K. Another person did their first 20K. One person that just started and they had 5,000 followers. And I was like, that's amazing. Like, I don't care about vanity metrics that much, but I know they do. And so I'm like, that means the world. And really, it's not like, it wasn't anything like magical that I said. It was just literally like post and get your ego out of it as much as you can. And when people hear that, it's like permission. They're like, oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people like need permission. Like and I felt that too. Like there's some part of us that just feels we need someone to tell us, just like, do it. Fucking like, you can, and then you're like, oh, okay, I can do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Finally, I'll do it. How long did it take you to feel like you got the hang of content creation?
I still haven't felt that.
No?
I still
Well, it's
don't
always
feel that
changing, right? Everything's, that's one of the like fastest paced fields we can all be in. So it's, do you ever think you'll feel like you have the hang of it?
Maybe, but if I do, it's something that's between me and that time, that moment. Because at the current moment, what I feel happens is you start to get an idea of what you feel like you know what you're doing, and then something changes, and you've got to pivot. And so I think the main, I don't know what the word would be, the main feeling, the main quality you can develop as a content creator is one of evolution. To change, it's called the burning platform effect. One fact that I always tell people that surprises them is that Nintendo started out as a playing card company, and no one ever really even knows them about as that today. They started off as a playing card company, and they have one main goal. Their main purpose, Nintendo, is the game. They just want people to play games. However that's facilitated, they don't care, but they just want you to play games and through them if they can. And so at certain times, and then also we can look at what's it called, the Britannica. You know, like when people used to pay thousands of dollars and have like a bookshelf in their house that had like knowledge in it. That's basically Google now.
Yeah.
And so
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
It's insane. Why would you pay
Yeah.
five? Like they're paying like thousands to have a bookshelf. Like it's a rich people thing, I guess. But
Well, it's just amazing to think that all that is now just technically invisible.
it's just. Yeah, it's intangible, like it's not, but you have access to it at all times and more, really.
Yeah.
And it's the burning platform effect. If we look at Nintendo and the Britannica, why Britannica really doesn't exist as what it once did anymore at all. They have like, I think, a Wikipedia basically website now, but it's like nowhere near what it used to be. And the same thing with Nintendo, like they're huge. To this day, people play Smash Brothers. Like you pull out the Smash Brothers and I can just wave it right now. I'm sure someone will run up to my window, be like, hey, you trying to play? And it's because they lost sight of their true goal and fell in love with the medium. And when you fall in love with the medium, you're just waiting to be thrown off. You're just waiting to be upstaged. And so basically with the Britannica, the internet came along and it was like, hey, I'm threatening to take everything you know and love because everyone can access all that stuff in just a second. And so they had a choice right there to change how they offer like their mission statement, which is information, knowledge, and accessibility of that. And like to kind of like to jump from the burning platform, because they're always on a burning platform. It's always on fire. You got to just jump to the next one. And they didn't pivot that strongly. And naturally, that's what just happens to business and things. It just dies out. But with Nintendo, every generation, if you just think about one thing they're known for, the Game Boy, the GameCube, the Wii U, the Wii, the Switch, it always is the latest technology of the time that they can stuff into a console to play the game in a new and an innovative way. And so they're always doing that. They're always jumping platform to platform. And so, yeah, 6 years ago, we're not looking at the Wii anymore, but there's a new thing here now, and the Wii facilitated that new thing. And so in the same way, in content, you've got to be willing to jump from your burning platform, just like when you were done with Twitch. I'm sure you could be very successful going back to Twitch whenever you feel like it, but there's this part of your heart that just knows, like, I'm done with that. You know what I mean? Like, at least in the way that it was. And if I ever feel that way again, I'll come back to it. But that's how I feel about it with content. I think I went way off anyway.
No, you're on it. Yeah, so evolution, changing with the times. And also, would you say that it's like, at least for me, I would say that trusting yourself is the best way to stay with the times. Like knowing yourself, if you know yourself and know that you are, I don't want to say I'm content and that you're content. You know what I mean? Like we are it. Just to self-trust, like no matter what changes, we are the pivot. We can do whatever we need to do if we still desire and feel like we want to keep doing that.
Damn sure. That's it. Because as soon as it's the craziest thing. And just like with me, it's one thing to know this like intuitively, but to have a direct experience is a different thing, because there's a difference when people from the outside are telling you they want something from you, And so then you start to cater to an audience and completely lose your authenticity and who you are in that facet. And it's one of the most, in my opinion, repulsive things to watch online, which happens all the time. It's happened to me, but you feel like my livelihood comes from me flipping this switch every day and making it a funny joke, and I don't care about it all anymore. It's actually painful for me to do, but I get 1,000 comments and it pays my bills, so I'm going to keep doing it. It's a painful thing to watch.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. And celebrities do that a ton.
I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
Yeah, terrible. We've gone way over, but
Yeah, my bad.
Jesus Christ. Going to self-love and authenticity. We kind of covered some of this. Let me skip a lot because we've gone way over. In your opinion, what are the most difficult emotions to process, and how does one find a way to use them to grow positively?
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. The most difficult ones are the ones that, well, one, the ones that we don't even acknowledge, like that we run from. So it's so painful that you turn away, and so you can't deal with something that you don't even see is there. But for me, the hardest things to deal with are the ones that I feel there's an essence, an aspect of futility to, like that I'm just I'm late to a lot of things, and I'm late all the time. Like I'm just gonna be late at all times, no matter what. I can't do anything about it. And when that futility comes in, it's like, do you really do anything if you don't believe in yourself? And so it's when you've made determinations about yourself that you're not going to tell yourself you're wrong about that. Like you'll be very confident in telling yourself you're an unconfident person. You'll be very trust your intellect to tell you that it's a dumb one. And because of that, you can't do anything to fix it. And so the way I believe that is the best way to get out of that and to turn that into positive change is to seek somebody outside of your system of thinking that seems to get the outcomes that you are unable to get currently, and then just trust their brain for a bit of time to help you. It's like a mentorship in a way, but sometimes it's just watching content. And by that I don't mean like content creators like me or other people like that. Your mentors can often be people that have long since passed away. In fact, most of mine are. I read their books, and I if they have any lectures, I'll listen to their lectures. But you really are a culmination of the people you spend the most time with. And what people don't realize, a secret life hack, if there ever was one, is that your 5 people don't have to be living, and they don't have to meet you. Your 5 people can be straight up from books, podcasts, content, and then you just see they have outcomes you want. And you just start installing that stuff, seeing if it works for you, and then go from there.
Yeah, very good point. And also, going back to like earlier,
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I know you were cutting out too, like a little bit during the. Sorry, everyone watching. It's just internet tech problems.
Sorry.
I mean, the conversation's been great, but like, I don't know if you guys catch all of it, but yeah, I was going to say, like, going back to the 5 people you spend the most time with, like, if you truly want to know yourself and you're always around other people, good or bad, you can't really know yourself. And that's why I think self-isolation is actually very beneficial. There's a lot of lonely people out there, and it's not good to be lonely 24/7, but to take time to truly be by yourself and literally like prompt yourself, like act like you're chat GPT and like prompt yourself questions to get to know yourself. It's so important to being authentic and loving yourself and processing those harder emotions. Again, getting back to that. And yeah, those 5 people, it's so interesting. When you read books of other people living or dead, you're like downloading their consciousness into yours almost. And
crazy.
You have those amazing people at your disposal. And that's why reading or podcasts are so important, because yeah, maybe you don't have the best support network around you, but now with technology and books, right? Like you have the best people in history available to you to influence you. What are your best practices for self-love besides like what we covered, meditation and all that?
I think for self-love, the biggest thing the biggest practice. Like if this changed, oh my God. So this is, I think, my first hit video on TikTok was this practice. And it's completely, this is a Kenneth Fleece original. I take some credit for it, but I got it kind of from Iron Man 2. I'm not sure if you watched that. A lot of people don't like it. Iron Man 2. I liked it.
I think it's underrated. That's
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Especially that
Okay,
final
we're definitely
scene
friends.
in the park. I think that's
Which one?
awesome. The
When they're
final
like
scene
at the
in the park.
explosions?
In the park when they're fighting the guy with I forget the
Whiplash.
villain's name. Whiplash? Yeah, when they're fighting
Yeah.
Whiplash in the end. I thought, and the CGI was great in that one.
Yeah?
The
Oh, good,
the first trilogy was great. And then the
Thank you.
CGI was terrible in Endgame with like the terrible suit. It's awful.
That like nano suit, the
Yeah,
Knight or whatever.
bad.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that suit.
Yeah.
But no, so in that movie, and I promise this ends in a practice, everybody listening. But the practice is based on what Howard Stark said to Tony Stark, and I promise I will not tear up too heavy when I say this because it gets
Oh, that's
to
the
me
best
every
part. I
time.
forgot about that part. You're right. When the videos from the father to the son,
Yes, dude.
those are the
Oh
best.
my
I cried at that part.
It
love
makes
that.
me want to cry
Nice.
every time because
Yeah.
it's like, it's exactly it. You're like, there's a part of you, and it's basically what Howard says in there. He's like, Tony's behind him, like messing up the little diorama and stuff, and like running around being a little kid, and then he's like being a hard ass dad to him. But then he looks at the camera and he says, Tony, and like that's when you know he's like, oh, I'm talking to Tony in the future. He said, I know I'm limited by the technology of my time, but I just want you to know that you are the greatest thing I've ever created. You are my greatest creation. And I know I can't solve this right now, but you're going to crack it. And when you do, you're going to change the world. And I believe in you. And when he said that to him, because he had never told Tony anything like that during his life when he was older, Tony's just like completely changed. Like, oh, he actually believed in me. And this man that I revere and believe in believed in me. And I believe that stepping out of yourself and treating yourself like you are Tony Stark and you now is Howard. And like, maybe you can't get out of bed right now. Maybe you can't even make it to the bathroom. Maybe you can't get yourself to eat. But in this moment, if you can separate yourself from that and kind of almost like an automaton, get yourself to do whatever you know will be beneficial for future you. Say, I can't utilize this happiness right now. This doesn't make me happy. I'm depressed. I can't move. But for you, I'm going to go take myself out on a walk. For you, I know you're in a better place to where you can do the things that I need to help us feel better. So I'm going to put us in the best position so when the time comes, you can crack this. And I think that to me is self-love. And it's basically setting up your life in such a way that you are a guardian angel to the person in the future, to where you put yourself, and I think like just switch, like think of your person you love the most in your life. And usually some people that'll come up like a little brother.
I was going to
or
ask you
sister.
to explain that one.
Oh, okay. That's literally it.
Yeah. I
It's like,
thought it was a really good one.
my
Good.
family.
Yeah, go ahead.
For me, it's my little brother. He loves working out and he loves all this other stuff that I don't like. Okay, I'm just like I like working out, but like it's not something like it's like I want to get into sports science like him. But I was like, if we swap bodies, would I stop like eating the way he likes to eat? Would I not do the things that he wants to fulfill the intentions that he wants? No. And I think anybody watching, if you can think of somebody you really love right now, somebody you care about, if you swap bodies with them for a year, how would you want to give it back to them? How would you want to give them back their life? You'd probably be able to do some of the things you can't do right now because you kill for them, wouldn't you? You really would go out of your way for that person. And so in the same way, self-love, rather than just saying, I'm good enough, I'll never change, is more looking at yourself as a person from the third person and being like, this is a member of my family too. Kenneth is a member of my family and I want him to be happy. And Michael's a member of my family. I want him to be happy. And so I'm going to do the things. I'm going to get him those damn fucking suits. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to get him his suits and I'm going to say to him and hang him up. And now you get to enjoy that because past you really did care. And eventually you're just surrounded by your own love. Like I'm sitting in an apartment right now because past me really wanted it. And he put his money and his time and his energy into picking it out, to furnishing it the way I want, and then making those videos. I didn't make those videos. Somebody else did long ago. And I just get to sit here and talk about the stuff that I love because of him. And eventually, now self-love isn't something I have to do. It's just the truth. I didn't like the plants that I have now that I like. Some guy in the past who was me knew I would like them and got them for me. And now I love myself every time I look at those. And I love myself every time I come on this Mac that I really like, that I bought this. Anyway, that's it. It's, to me, self-love is like a separation from self and then loving yourself as a separate entity across time.
No, it's such a good thought experiment, and that's that's how we should take care of ourselves. And we should buy ourselves like gifts for our future selves and do things for like you said, like preparing things ahead of time the night before. Like if you prime yourself the night before for a successful day, the day after, doing those things, and they feel so good. And like I've done that before and been like, it's so weird, but you're like, thank you, past me, for doing it. Thank you so much, because you actually saved me. Like if you're running late or something and you're like, oh my God, that actually really helped. And that stays with you. And you're like, I need to keep doing this. It's really helpful. And just an example, like going back to what you said about this, like when I was younger, like my dad left divorced my mom when I was 2 and then left the country when I was 10. So growing up as like a teenager, I kind of did this kind of like this, where I would think personally, because I didn't have a dad, I was like, if I did have a dad, and not just a dad, if I did have like a really good dad or the best dad, what would he tell me to do or advise me to do in this situation? And I kind of did that for my mom too. But so I was like, if I had the best parents in the world, how would they treat me? How would they advise me in this situation? And then I would do my best to take that advice and do those things. And I can tell anyone listening from experience, like that's what helped me get through extremely tough times. When you feel like you don't have parents who are parenting or loved ones around you, like it helps so much. And you have to also be careful not to go crazy too, and like go like schizophrenic or something. But you know what I mean?
Be careful
Like a
splitting
reasonable
yourself.
way of doing it, being like, if I had a good parent with me right now, what would the appropriate thing be to do if they advised me to do it? And then you follow that advice. I think Jordan Peterson talks about doing that as well.
I'm pretty
You might
sure he
have heard-
does.
Yeah. Yeah.
I took his self-authoring suite a while back. I don't remember some of the stuff. So that's the problem with like doing this type of thing. I always try to give flowers to the people who've inspired me, but so often like you'll just assimilate knowledge and information and it just comes back out of you. Like I have no idea where that came from.
Right.
I know somebody
Yeah.
smart said that.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, Jordan's helped so many people. He's done such a good service to humanity. Yeah, you talked about how emotions are kind of like stored in your body too, and you need to feel and process them. What's like your best way to clear out negative emotions that have been installed and installing positive new ones? You talked about EFT tapping, which for those of you who don't know stands for emotional freedom technique, where you just tap on certain, are they meridian points? Is that what they're called? Like, is it Chinese medicine or
I
something?
guess all I know is the spots.
Yeah, I don't know if it's woo-woo nonsense or it actually works, but I think it's just supposed to bring you in the present moment, like you're doing something to take your focus off of like negative self-talk or something, and it kind of works, to a certain extent. But anything else besides that?
Yeah, for sure. So I think one of the most important things, well, actually, before I answer, because you cut out for a second, what's the exact question again?
Sorry. If emotions are stored in the body,
Yes.
what is the best way to clear out negative ones and install positive ones?
There it is. So to me, the most important thing is knowing that every feeling you feel, even when it feels very far removed, has a positive intention for you. All of it has a positive intention, even if it's going about it in a convoluted way. It has a positive intention. And sometimes because the thing happened, the trauma happened to you, but the feeling is a response. Like your body, your soul, you want good things for you. And a lot of times you'll get down to it, it just always gets down to like a core value that you also value. So again, it's like a parts integration. But I'd say that really it's acknowledging that the emotion has a positive intention, not running. And then this one is difficult. It's a more of an advanced technique. I'd recommend meditating and stuff first and having some level of detachment, separation from your thoughts, knowing that you are not your thoughts directly before you do it, because you have to finish once you start it. But basically, it's a practice where you allow the emotion to basically completely come to the top. And it could be an incredibly intense experience if not done in a setting that you feel safe in. But it's, intense regardless sometimes. But you'll let your body kind of go through an emotion. And sometimes that emotion's tied to an event that you haven't fully processed. And just by me saying that, you can kind of already see how that might turn very, very intense. And so be careful with that. Maybe do that with somebody you love or a family member. But literally just like but a lot of times they're smaller ones. Like somebody just said something slight to you at the grocery store and you're like in the shower kind of pissed off about it, rather than just like being angry about it and thinking about it. Like you just sit down and just say, you play it, you provoke it in your mind, you just let it play. And then the feeling will come up and you'll just kind of notice. You'll just notice how you feel. Like, okay, tell me everything. And it'll like just start to kind of swell and move and expand. You just basically meditate on it. You just like have awareness of it. And I guarantee you, it just gets smaller and smaller. It's like there's a certain amount of energy in it. And by using awareness on it, putting awareness on it, it gets smaller and smaller and eventually and it goes away. You won't think about it at all anymore. You'll take the sting out of a negative event and you'll clear that emotion. It's very strange.
Would you say it's just attention on it, or would you try to say it's like understanding why it happened? Because right, if you put it where attention flows, where attention goes, energy flows, right? And like it grows. Like if you put too much energy on a problem, it'll usually grow. You know. So would you say maybe understanding why it happened, or you know what I mean?
Yes. And so that's one
like
of the
you need
biggest.
to feel it all the way through, but also, sorry, you know.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, for sure. I think that you got to think about it. Like, I know it seems weird because it's like, oh man, we're going to put our attention on it. So we're going to. The problem with that is that.
Hold on, you cut out.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
So we'll be like, oh man, I don't want to think about it and that's one of the problems people run into. I don't want to think about it because then it's going to grow into my experience more. Bad things are going to happen to me. Like this is an X and Y and Z. I'm going to grow it. And it's like, well, yes and no. So the problem is when you don't process it and you don't walk through it, it just remains in you like a rock at the bottom of your feelings, emotion. And it just always is sifting and bubbling across time for the next 6 months, the next year. But if you had just processed it in that moment and yes, spend some time and awareness on it, it wouldn't be there to have ripple effects in your life for a lot longer of a duration from that perspective. And so what's important, I think, is, like you said, to understand it, to know why it happened, but also just it feels almost like letting the feeling talk, like just letting it like go through its motions. Like what is it? Like what are you? Because if we just look at the direct experience of what it means to push something down, does it really go away? You know what I mean? Like if we go away from it, like, okay, like you'll just hold on to it. There's people that like you'll talk to them and they're like, yeah, 20 years ago, like this thing happened to me. And of course, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, like that they should have processed it. I don't mean it like that. But I mean that feelings, just because we don't look at them, don't necessarily get processed. And I think by processing them, by thinking about it, figuring out why it happened, and kind of proving to yourself that you're in a better position and won't let that happen in the same way again. And then just kind of focusing on it, let it dissipate. And then as it may come back up in a different way, the same thing, but kind of giving yourself the knowledge that no matter what comes up, I will deal with it. And
you'll be
it gives you a
okay.
confidence.
You're safe.
Yeah.
You're safe. Yeah. Okay. Okay. At the end,
I know we're going way over completely. But I'm a yapper mouth, man.
No, I'm good. I love talking for a long period of time. I'm worried about like my guests because I don't want to like. I'm taking almost 4 hours of your time.
You're fine, dude.
So,
I used to do group calls and like they'd be this long all the time.
Okay. And whoever is still here watching, appreciate you sticking around.
You love
Almost
us.
4 hours in. Yeah, you love us. Yeah, if you love us. With all this knowledge of the metaphysical, how do we digest these concepts and use them in an everyday, practical way?
Ooh, that's one of the biggest ones. I did karaoke the other night, last Thursday, and I sang this song to my little brother basically because he has this syndrome that we all kind of get at one point where you have to do everything right. You have to be completely like everything has to be optimal and efficient. You have to be eating the exact right food and get up at the right time and go for the run at the right. And it just puts you in this constant state of anxiety that you're like, I'm not doing anything right. And so Vienna is the song I sang by Billy Joel. It's like, slow down, you crazy child. You're so ambitious for a juvenile. But if you're so smart, then why are you still so afraid? And that is a big part of like, you have to let go and know that things will turn out as they should. You can only know that through the direct experience, I know, and I'm still learning that every day. But I think the biggest thing is taking it piece by piece. And so don't expect that you're going to master breath awareness, which yogis and monks have been doing for 20 and 30 years in the next 2 months. Like it's fine to do a little challenge and stuff, but don't, you know what I mean? Don't put that on yourself. People do breath awareness for decades and still find something new from it. These reports we get. And So literally, I would just like take one thing at a time and try to master that. And that's where how I've gotten to where I am with everything I practice. I'll put in the notes app. I'm like, right now, I'll write down, I'm going to get incredibly good at breath awareness or meditation. And then you do it, like just set like an intention to do it once a day or twice a week, that type of thing. And then it just becomes so a part of you that it's just part of your life. Now, once it's not something you have to get yourself to do, but just a part of your routine or just something you do, now you can add something else. And now rather than trying to just add a bunch of things and play this big balancing act, what you're actually doing is living and changing your character, upgrading them over time in a way that's sustainable and robust. So you don't just like burn out like I did.
So you say give yourself grace
For
while
sure.
you're growing and learning. Just give yourself a lot of grace, a lot of space to grow, and understand that it doesn't all have to come at once. And it won't come all at once. Like you need to, just like, when you're a teenager, growing up, you need to grow into your body. You need to grow into who you're becoming, right? So good advice. So now this last category I have titled Engineering the Future. So looking at our current society and state of the world, which is real fun right now. What perspectives, among other things, would you change to engineer humanity a better future?
Oh my gosh, humanity in general? Gigantic. I would really say humility and the principle of awareness, because an aware person just in general typically doesn't hurt other people as much. Somebody who's much more aware and conscious of their actions and how things they do make others and themselves feel are just a lot more kind, have a better temperament, and they're more thoughtful about how they interact with the world. And so I would say cultivating awareness through whatever means necessary, through breath awareness, through meditation. That's one thing. I think straight up, if you just put the world on meditation, like for some reason they just had to meditate, I think they would be changed forever. I think we'd see a dramatic change in crime rates. I'd see a dramatic change in like suicide rates, all this stuff. I'm not saying that that's what everyone needs, but I am saying that it would be massively beneficial. And then humility, which is my biggest thing. And a lot of people, like we probably lost 10 viewers just right there for me saying the word. People don't like humility because it sounds like humiliation. It sounds like a bad thing. But humility, rather than thinking less of yourself, it's thinking of yourself less, in my opinion. That's one thing I've heard. And so like when you get cut off in traffic, rather than thinking this person did this because they know I'm late to work, they know I need to get to this place, rather maybe they weren't thinking about me at all and they're just in a moment right now, and maybe the whole world doesn't revolve around me. And in that I can find a lot of security and a lot of peace because I can be myself and it doesn't really matter that much. Like that's my biggest thing on posting. Like, oh, I'm going to post and someone's going to hate me or this is going to happen. It's like, you got 10 viewers anyway. You know what I mean? Like for some of the people, and it's like, it doesn't matter. Post whatever you want. And then when it does come, it does come. And that's like, no matter where you're at, even if you have 1,000 viewers and 100,000. But those are the two things I would say: humility and awareness through meditation.
I agree. If more people meditated in the world, especially like people in power.
Oh my
I
gosh.
mean, if but could you imagine like Joe Biden meditating? Oh my God, bro.
He would just
Is
be
there
asleep.
anything left there to meditate on, to be honest? Like, I wonder I bet you he has as many thoughts in his head as he has like strands of hair on top of his head.
Stop.
Like each strand of hair left on top of his head is a thought left in his head.
He would just fall asleep probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I fall asleep too, so it happens.
At the end of your life that you engineered, how would you like to be remembered in one sentence?
I'm crafting it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Take your time. Picture like how John Wick had that. Didn't he have like a sentence on his tombstone? You ever see that?
Yeah.
had like loving husband, I think, as his final.
Well, that's fire. I would love that. See, like, that's the thing. There's so many aspects that I would like to be like, but I think the biggest thing I want when I'm gone is I want hope. It would be the biggest thing, but that's just a word. He left the minds of others better than he found them.
That's a good one. That's a good one. So more. So is the word altruistic? Is that the right word?
I guess. All right, but that'd be good. It's just like I feel like I have like a certain separation from my feelings and stuff that I used to feel like was a curse, but helps me be very kind of cold and experimental with aspects of consciousness and allows me to just make my entire life an experiment. And I want to offer that experiment to everybody and let other people kind of benefit from it that maybe aren't willing to explore with emotions and consciousness in the way that I am.
So the themes of your life will be invoking the best out of other, or the possibility of what could be the best out of other people. So in a way, inspiration.
Yep.
Inspiration.
You just helped me figure that out. That's literally, yes. That feels amazing.
Yeah, definitely. No, I've written a lot. I've written like a lot of, I've never really shared them to anyone, but like I have probably thousands of like Google Docs of just my writings, I guess you'd say. And I have a lot of them on inspiration. And I believe inspiration is like the most powerful thing one human could do for another. I think because think about it, like Martin Luther King is still inspiring people. Abraham Lincoln still inspiring, people from rulers in Rome are still inspiring people. Like that just transcends like all generations. And your life could be, if you live your life as it is, if your life is a movie that's being watched by other people, which maybe there's spirits watching us right now and we are their movie. Maybe they're learning from us on Earth by our choices. But
Damn sure.
like, I think inspiration is the best legacy you can leave, and it'll change. I think when you're inspired by something, you automatically already won. Yep.
Like I agree with that.
If I'm inspired to do something, I'm not going to quit until it's a unique emotion. It's unique from authenticity or love in that someone else gave you the energy to feel like almost you've already achieved it. Like you've already achieved that thing that they've inspired you to do, and now you're just going through the motions to get there.
I completely agree.
That makes sense.
I think it's the best thing because it's like you can't really give a man a fish, and we've known that from the age-old totem. You can't give a man a fish, but what you can do is, as you're eating your fish and he's sitting there with a hungry, growling stomach, is say, "Hey, I casted my line out over there, and that's how I ended up here." And now that man will do that, and his family's eating, and now you're gone, long gone. And sure enough, this little flame that you gave to him is still burning, and he'll burn it in his son, and his son, and his son. And
Right.
Yeah, beautiful.
No, good point.
I
Yeah.
love inspiration.
What is Intention Academy, and how can people join?
Oh man, Intention Academy. So Intention Academy is a school community. It's where I basically teach people, get people started in content creation. And so it's not really like a views engine like a lot of people have on their own pages. Like, I'll get you 1 million views, I'll get you 5,000 followers in 10 minutes. That type of thing is what it actually did start off as, which is why I burnt out. But it became something much more where I'll help you facilitate your intention. And so let's say your intention is to inspire other people. I have somewhat of knowledge and experience doing such on TikTok specifically. And so I can help you as you go along. And so basically I become like your creator friend. And like you just go in there and like you have that group of 5 people that influence you the most. I just basically, you can come in there and I become one of your 5 pretty fast.
And I'm sure besides getting like your input and your wisdom, like having that community of being it almost holds you like accountable to fulfill your intention that you went in there with, right? And
For sure.
I'm sure it's very valuable to have.
a lot of people when they go in, what's so funny is I didn't expect to see this, but like the creator of that website, Sam Ovens, he talks about it to where he used to make communities before he made school, and people that he came into his community got married. Like they
Oh,
built
really?
like a friend, yeah, like they got married, they
That's so
became
cool.
best friends, they go on hikes and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's cool, but that's when you have a really big one. But my community is like at its max is like 100 people or something, and what ended up happening in that is that people like outside of it, so like people would stay for a few months and they'd be like, okay, I got what I needed, and then they would peacefully split ways, and they would still be talking. They'd be like really good friends. People would like they call each other, they become friends and stuff, and then each time you see that other person, they are a reminder of your intention and your time in the academy and like so the different things you did. And so to me, like the most invaluable thing is when you are inspired by a group of other people around you. And a lot of times when people came to the academy, they're like, I had no creator friends, and now I have 10. Like I had no creator friends, nobody who understood this journey. And now because I'm talking to you guys and stuff all the time, I'm placing my attention on this all the time. And so my intention is very clear and it's easier to do those types of things. So really I want it to become more of a manifestation thing, but I'm having a hard time like meshing that because I really don't want to become one of those like manifestation guru-y type of
Right.
guys where I'm like, come in here and I'll help you manifest your dream wife. And it's like, oh God, bro, please. Oh God,
Yeah.
he's grifting.
Right. No, yeah, no, there's a lot of those. But you can tell, you can always tell someone's vibe. You don't seem like a grifter. Like you have the authentic, chill, like I'm here to help you vibe. Like I'm here to serve kind of
Perfect. It's
mentality.
working.
Right. I feel like, yeah, I'm like selling for you.
Thank you. Hop in the academy. It's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, we talked about how you're writing a book. Well, it was called Army of Me.
Well, Army of You might be Army. I'm playing with names, but both of those are written down as potential names. But Army of You is what I have right now as
Army of You.
because I was like putting it to the viewer like Army of You, but Army of
Right.
You works too.
Okay. And so yeah, what's the process and how far?
Literal last part of your sentence cut out.
I wonder if it's cutting out of my software too. I hope not. So yeah, so like, what's the process been so far? Like
man.
writing a book, as well as like how
It's-
far are you along?
So I have the entire outline, chapter structure, and a couple chapters written. But the problem is, it's really difficult to, I guess, balance that with my current life of like fulfilling on behalf of my clients and things. So I started at the exact same time as I started Intention Academy. And then, so back then I was doing both, and that's part of the reason I burnt out. But it's been a super fun experience. Like you have to go back into parts of your life and like quantify why you feel a certain way. And so the book that I'm writing right now, the Army of You book, is actually a different one. The book that I have talked about on my page is Love Yourself First. And that's going to be a complete self-love like guide, like a journal in a way. I have all these journals, like every journal that they've made on TikTok, the Lucky Girl journal, the 369, the other 36 like manifest thing. I have all of them, and no hate to them. I've seen the author talk about it. And she's very smart, and I know she knows what she's doing. But I just felt that for me personally, I didn't resonate with how it was presented. And so it's like a workbook, it's like a journal, but like it's just a bunch of quotes from like Carl Jung and other who's the that's the shadow work journal. He's like the promulgator of shadow work as a field. And so I think it's really insightful that she put it into a manual and that it's done that way. I personally just would have really benefited from the way I'm currently doing it, which is there are workshop kind of deals. Like there's pages where you will like kind of fill things out and work through actual problems in your life. Like you have to write down at one point somebody that you really love and care for, and then the things that you would do for them, the things that you would excuse, like mistakes you'd excuse, and then on the next page you have to kind of answer to yourself, like, are you doing those things for yourself?
Right.
And it just brings to your attention how you're
Like the
treating
metaphor
yourself
we were
differently than
talking about
people you love.
earlier.
Exactly. The
Yeah,
book is
yeah.
just a big workbook for that. And so the Army of You is going to be basically my guide to, I'm building it right now as I go though, like how to start engineering your life in a much more intentional way. And so like basically getting all of the yous across time on the same page towards one goal. You can imagine how powerful that would be. Like all of you start working towards one thing, you're going to be able to make your own Iron Man suit, man, which somebody's doing actually apparently.
I saw that today. Actually, I saw a whole.
Me too.
Yeah, it's so weird. Oh, really? Yeah.
The hydrogen reactor, like in his chest.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's really doing it. It's really cool.
Sick.
I was also going to ask you. I saw in one of your videos that you like keep a wall full of quotes. I like quotes too, by the way. That inspire you. Which one do you feel has the most impact on your life?
Oh man. And this is gonna, you know, it's a quote because of how complex it is when I say it. If you can simply love without thought of possession, dependency can be avoided, and the parameters of the energy you radiate will correspond with lifelines where requited love exists.
Say it one more. Say it one more time.
If you can simply love without thought of possession, dependency can be avoided, and the parameters of the energy you radiate will correspond with lifelines where requited love exists. And so basically, I had a big problem with possessing things that I like and the people I love. And it was one of my biggest problems with my last relationship. I just felt very possessive and very, I don't know if controlling is the right word, but I definitely was off that side. And it's like when you have a flower, ripping it out of the ground, and instead of like watering it, nurturing it, giving it what it needs. And this quote calls to mind that and calls accountability to it. And it's like, that's not the energy that you radiate on the lifeline where requited love is. Like there is a line where requited love already can come to you. There already is that in the quantum field and in whatever you believe in. And the way you can radiate that energy now is to by simply loving people, just simply love, and don't try to possess them at all. If you can just love deeply, like just give and put and risk and put yourself out there, that is an attractive force that will draw to you that requited love that you seek. But you just have to be careful because so often and so easily it falls into this dependency, this possession. And so if you can just be mindful of that, you can have the love you seek, I think, by becoming it in a way.
Right. It goes back to the law of attraction in that you can only like whatever frequency you are will be matched to you. So if you fully love yourself and are detached from everything that isn't love, essentially, then you'll attract that as well, which goes back to we were talking about earlier, unconditional love. Yeah, which is what we're all after. Yeah. And last question. What is your favorite conspiracy theory?
Probably the. Would you consider the dream thing a conspiracy theory? Like that this is a dream?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, probably.
That's probably my favorite because I play with it so much and experiment with it. Also, there's one that Kermit the Frog caused 9/11, but I think we should. We did the. We got to get away from the 9/11 thing, man. So
I have so many 9/11 jokes that my sister was planning on buying me a 9/11 cake for my birthday.
Oh my god!
And that. She found one, and it was going to blow up in my face when I go to blow out the candles.
No, you can't.
They exist.
Okay.
They exist.
Well, they exist? Of course
they exist.
They do.
Yeah.
How does business survive?
She'll text me like sometimes on 9/11, happy 9/11. I'm like, don't do that. They're listening. Like,
you're on a list now. You're on a list.
Definitely
I hope you know
list.
that.
Just jokes. Just jokes. Jokes on jokes. Well, anyways. This has been super fun meeting you and talking for over 4 hours. So I think it's the longest podcast I've ever done so far. So that's awesome.
Long standing. That stands with my reputation. So yeah, I'm a yabber.
Yeah. Oh, so am I. So am I. And sorry for all the technical issues, everyone watching and listening. Even right now, over your face, Kenneth, it says your default speaker has been changed to Rodecaster Pro speaker chat. So sorry about that. If we clip any of this, it's just going to be right over your face in the recording.
That's fine.
Okay. Well, thanks again, everyone, for watching, and I'll see you in the next podcast.
Thank y'all.